Yes, hi students. Very good afternoon, everyone. Hello, all electrical engineering aspirants, and of course, EC aspirants. If you are looking into what type of paper was, the electrical engineering today. So, yes, we are going to begin up the analysis very quickly. We have got the basic updates about the paper, the number of questions, the type of questions, the subject-wise weightage, and of course, we have started getting the questions as well. So, very soon we'll discuss the solution as well. Sir, any comments, if any questions you have seen till now from EMF or digital?
Yeah, so from EMF, the questions are kind of, they're all more or less PYQs only. But I would say it's kind of moderate. From EMF point of view, the paper is not so, easy at the same time, not so difficult. It's kind of on the moderate side. But yeah, from digital, I think there are two questions, sir.
Two questions of two marks each, I think.
Both 2 marks each. And from EMF, we have total of 5 questions, 3 1 mark and 2 2-mark questions.
Right.
And, as I can see here, all questions are kind of, pretty simple questions, not so tough. There's only one question which is given on ring charge, uniform ring charge.
Okay.
Kind of first time question.
First time.
Nevertheless,
and people cover it in syllabus, but that's you usually not asked.
Yeah, but the question is kind of quite simple. The question is not at all tough. That is given there.
Okay.
Yeah. If they use logic, if they understand basics of electrostatics, then answering that question is not at all a big deal.
Yeah. So guys, number of MSQs, that is 5. Okay, so electrical, I think never they have asked many MSQs, up to 4 or 5. In EC, we have got many MSQs sometimes, like up to 14 as well. 14. But electrical, always this is the trend. Computer science, this time one of the set got 24 MSQs. Okay. So there's still 5. Okay. So most of the paper, if you see, is dominated by MCQs and NETs only. 37 MCQs. Okay, with the total marks, the question wise, this weightage also given 19 of 1 mark, 18 of 2 marks. Okay. So this itself, you see, is 55 marks.
Yes.
Okay, plus aptitude MCQs are also. So 55 plus 15, 70% is MCQ paper.
Yeah.
So quite achievable paper. Then, NETs is how much? Total of 8 marks. Sorry, total of 22 marks. 22 marks and some 8 marks is MSQs. Okay, so major paper, include NETs also, major paper is dominated by MCQs.
Every year it is almost like 30 to 40% of paper will be usually
MCQs.
MSQs plus NETs.
NETs, yeah.
60 to 70 is always MCQs.
So that is what 70% MCQs has come, right? Okay, so guys, this is what it is, and let's also talk about the subject wise. As sir was already mentioning about digital, there are 2 questions, both of 2 marks. So digital 4 marks. Electromagnetics is 7 marks. Okay, 2 questions of 2 marks and 3 questions of 1 mark. So as you're telling, from 2020 onwards, we have seen upgoing trend in electromagnetics, electrical engineering. Prior to that, it used to be some 3 marks, 4 marks
until 2019.
Yes.
But 2020 we have 9 marks, and 2021 we had again 7 marks.
So I still believe many electrical students say that okay, this is a low weightage subject. But if you see, control system 6 marks, signal and system 6 marks. Okay, so electromagnetics weightage.
This is something surprising.
This is surprising. I mean, usually signal and system 8 to 10 marks is the regular trend coming up in electrical. Crossing 10 in electrical also.
Yeah.
Okay. In EC, of course, it will be there. But yeah, this time you see control and signals both 6 marks, whereas electromagnetics having a higher weightage. Yeah. Okay. And it has a relatively lesser syllabus for electrical engineering point of view if you compare to the number of topics in signals also. So students, definitely should take this, pretty much seriously. Then maths, exactly 13 marks. They mention, but sometimes they deviate. Okay, but it is exactly 13 marks, 3 questions of 1 mark, 5 of 2 marks. Aptitude is anytime fixed. Circuits also having a decent weightage, but that is again expected for a branch like electrical. Okay, so
but in the recent times, again, the number is something around 7 to 9. I think 11 is a good number.
11 is a good number. Okay, but yeah, this circuit is foundation for many subjects in electrical. Okay, so anyways, that students will focus. 3 of 1 mark, 4 of 2 marks. EMF, I told you. Control system, 6 marks. 2 each. 2 1 mark, 2 marks. Machines, has 9 marks. 5 question of 1 mark and 2 questions of 2 marks. So more question of 1 marks here. Power system, now many questions of 2 marks. Power system has a decent weightage, 12 marks. Usually it will be 10 or 10 plus only, but this time it is 12. Okay, power electronics, 10 marks. Okay, so this I think might have played a very big role in the paper. And how the level is very soon. Shankar sir will join and we'll come to know how power electronics as well. Okay, it is how much? 4 questions of 1 mark, 3 questions of 2 marks. Signals, I already told you. Analog also 5 marks. Okay, 1 and 2 question of 2 marks. Analog and digital anyways is like counted as 1 subject in electrical. So if you see in that point of view, it's 9 marks from analog and digital. Measurement, as expected, the weightage has gone down considerably this year. Also, only 1 question has come.
Hardly 1 or 2 questions.
1 or 2 questions. So yeah, I think that is a low weightage subject since many times. So this is how the weightage of marks also from each subject we have given. The total I have written here separately. Exact 100 marks has been tallied, and again to tell you that number of MSQs have been 5 as expected. Not pretty high number. Okay, this much is expected in electrical, somewhere around 5 or below MSQs will be there. All right. So do you have any questions? Shall we start with any questions? Okay, we'll start it directly then. Let this be here. Just a second. I open the note where it has gone. Okay, guys. So we'll start discussing some questions as well, and you also keep adding. Whether because all of this is memory-based data. So white or dark?
Yeah,
white only.
Will be dark better. Yeah. Okay. So initially, I'll be discussing a few questions on EMF. So this is one question that we have, which is kind of from vector calculus. So here we have a vector field F bar given as, this is sine y x cap less, I think, cos x y cap less constant phi z cap. If there is any mismatch in the data, please let us know so that we can correct it here itself, because all of these are memory based. So given this data, we are supposed to find out surface integration of the given vector field over a closed surface. Okay, so over a unit sphere, okay, centered at origin. Okay, so this value is dash. This is a 1 mark question that we have got. Okay, so this is basically a 1 mark question. Initially, I'll be discussing only the 1 mark question. So this is a question. The logic for this question, we all know closed surface integration, we'll be using divergence theorem. So by using divergence theorem, we can express it as this is equal to divergence of F bar, okay, volume integration. Okay, and if you calculate the divergence of the given field, del dot F, okay, what is the formula? It is dou Fx by dou x plus dou Fy by dou y plus dou Fz by dou z. And if you substitute the numbers here, what is Fx? Sin y. So dou by dou x of sin y first plus dou by dou y of cos x plus dou by dou z of constant phi. So if you see, this differentiation goes to what value? 0. Because you're differentiating y with respect to x, x with respect to y, a constant with respect to some variable. The answer is nothing but 0. So if you substitute that here, this becomes equal to 0. So the answer for this question is basically simply 0. Okay. Okay, next. So this is the first question. So the other question is on ring charge. There is a uniform ring charge. A uniform ring charge of radius r. Carries a total charge of q. So which one of the following options correctly quantifies the magnitude of force at a point charge of strength q kept at the center of the ring? Okay, so I'm just writing the, okay, we'll write it completely. Which one of the following options? So this is the question. We have a few options. These are the options: capital Q small q divided by 4 pi epsilon times r square, capital R square, and we have 0, capital Q small q by 4 pi epsilon times r, and the last option is basically capital Q small q divided by 2 pi r into some 4 pi epsilon times r. So these are the options. Okay. Okay. So even if you remember the units, okay, of force or the generalized expression of Coulomb's force, then you can easily eliminate a couple of options. One is nothing but this one. This cannot be the answer, because units wise this is the expression for energy, not force. Okay. And even this one, does not match with anything basically, because we have a 2 pi and 2 pi epsilon, some additional terms here. They cannot be answer. Answer is either A or B. And again, commonsensically, when will A be answer? When both charges are point charges. Here we have one point charge. The other is what? The other is basically some kind of a ring charge. Okay. So this is the ring that you have. Okay. Having how much amount of charge? Total charge is plus Q. And where did you place the small q charge? The small q charge is basically placed at the center. So this is where I placed the charge. So if you notice here, what is the force? Force acting on the small q charge is equal to small q times the electric field E bar. What is this electric field E bar? Electric field acting on this particular small q charge. Okay. So this is basically electric field on small q charge due to whom? Due to the capital Q charge. Okay. So at this particular point, if you look at the net electric field, what is the net electric field here? This is the capital Q charge. Because of this, we'll have all these electric field lines. Electric field is going basically away from positive charge and entering this particular center point. How much is the net electric field at the center? The net electric field at the center obviously will become equal to 0. This is what I told earlier. Commonsensically, if you draw the field lines here, you can clearly notice that net electric field at the center becomes equal to 0. So this electric field is 0. So due to which, how much is the force acting at the center? The answer is basically 0. Another question where we have the answer as nothing but 0. Okay. So this is regarding this question. Again, this is a 1 mark question. Please note, this is also basically a 1 mark question. Hence, you have to notice that in 1 mark questions, the logic will not be so complicated. Okay, so whoever is complicating the question, they have to understand it shouldn't be so complicated. So there should be some simple logic. That logic is what you are supposed to identify. Okay. Okay, there is one more 1 mark question. So we have a positive point charge. Positive point charge with velocity v bar is equal to 5x cap. Enters a region having electric field being equal to 4 y cap, a constant value, and magnetic field v bar is equal to minus 6 z cap. Okay, so this is what we have. Which of the following is true? Is true for force acting on the charge as it enters. This is very important. As it enters the region. Okay, the moment it enters the region, what is the force acting on this? Then we have 4 options. Okay, I'm writing the options in a brief manner. Okay, I'm not elaborately writing all the options. The options are, first is force will be perpendicular to both electric and magnetic fields. Okay, so this is perpendicular to both electric field as well as magnetic field, first option. Second one, magnetic field does not exert any force on the charge. So no force due to magnetic field. Okay. And then force will be along magnetic field but perpendicular to electric field. So parallel to magnetic field but perpendicular to electric field. This is one option. Last option is force will be along electric field, that is parallel to electric field but perpendicular to magnetic field. Okay, so these are the four options that you have. So the logic for this question, we have a charge moving in the presence of both electric as well as magnetic field, and the logic for those kind of questions is what? Lorentz force equation, which is given by force acting on a charge is given by Q into E bar plus, okay, V bar cross B bar. So this is the force acting on a charge which is placed in the presence of both electric as well as magnetic fields. Now from this, if I substitute the data given to me, what is E bar? Electric field is 4 y cap plus V cross B. V is 5 x cap cross minus 6 z cap. Minus 6 z cap. So this becomes equal to Q times. Okay, so what is x cross z? X cross z is minus y. Minus of minus is plus. So 5 into 6 is 30. So we get 4 y cap anyway, this is there. And the other component will be 30 times y cap. So when you add both of them, both are y cap components only. So this is some Q times 34 y cap. Okay. So this is what we have. Now let's look at all the options. First option, perpendicular to electric field and magnetic field, correct? No, because force has the direction of y cap, which is also the direction of electric field. So option A is wrong. There is no force due to magnetic field. Magnetic field is exerting some force on the charge. So because which option B is wrong. Parallel to magnetic field but perpendicular to electric field, wrong, because we have the force parallel to electric field. So this is wrong. The correct answer is now D. Very simple question if you know the Lorentz force equation. Okay. All these formula have been given in the short notes that I give. Each and every formula, you can verify all these formula in the short notes given to you. The recollection notes. Okay, coming to the 2-mark question that we have from EMF. Yeah, so 4th question from EMF. So now this is a 2-mark question. There is a uniform spherical volume charge distribution of radius 2 meters. So we have volume charge distribution which is spherical and uniform. Okay. Centered at origin has a strength of 3 by pi into 10 power minus 6 coulombs per meter cube. So rho V is a constant value and that is equal to 3 by pi into 10 power minus 6 coulombs per meter cube. Right. A point charge of strength. So there is a charge, small q, of strength how much? Pi into 8.854 into 10 power minus 12 coulombs. Is basically moved from, very good question this is. Okay, so from some initial point I, this is my notation, they didn't say I, initial point is minus 3 comma 0 comma minus 4 to some final point F, and the final point F is 0 comma 0 comma 4. Okay, in Cartesian coordinates epsilon r is 1 and coordinate values are in meters. Then how much is the work done? How much is the work done in moving from I to F is equal to dash in microjoules. I think this is a NAT question. Okay. And by the way, this spherical charge distribution has a radius of, this has basically a radius of how much? A radius of some, how much is the value? 2 meters. This is 2 meters. Okay. So whenever you have a question on work done, what is the logic? Logic is basically work done in moving the charge Q from I to F is equal to small q into Vf minus Vi. Do we have the information of charge? Yes. Do we have the information of potential? No, directly. Not at least directly. That's what we are supposed to find out by using the given data. Okay. Now, if you notice one nice point here, both these points, where are they? Because when it comes to volume charge distribution cases, the very first thing we are supposed to notice is whether the points are present inside or outside the volume charge. So I can see that both of these points, okay, both of these points are present outside. Why is that so? Because how much is the distance of this final point from the center? That is RF. Square root of 0 square plus 0 square plus 4 square becomes equal to 4. And what about your Ri? The distance of the initial point from the center of the charge distribution becomes how much? Square root of minus 3 square plus 0 square plus 4 square minus 4 square. The answer becomes equal to how much? This is 5. So as you can see here, both of these points basically are having a value greater than 2, where 2 is nothing but the radius of the charge distribution. Means the points are present outside. Points are outside the volume charge. Okay, so why this is very important? Because I always tell in classes that the moment the point is present outside the charge distribution, you can take always the volume charge as a point charge. Okay, so the moment you take the volume charge as a point charge, what is the formula for potential due to a point charge? So that is given by, this is equal to Q into total charge, capital Q by 4 pi epsilon times Rf minus Q by 4 pi epsilon times Ri. That's it. What is this Q? This Q is nothing but total volume charge. Total volume charge. What is the total volume charge? Since the charge distribution is uniform, it is equal to charge density rho v times the total volume. Okay, and how much is the total volume? 4 by 3 pi radius cube. How much is radius now? Radius is 2 cube. Do we have the value of rho v? Yes. Rho v is equal to 3 by pi. So 3 by pi into 10 power minus 6 into 4 pi by 3 into 8. Okay, so do the calculation here. I think we can do a few cancellations. This is how data is being given in the recent times. You don't have to do a lot of calculations. Okay, so ultimately I think we have 32 into 10 power minus 6. The answer now here becomes equal to 32 into 10 power minus 6. We have got everything that is required to answer this question right now. Small q. How much is small q? I think pi into 8.85 into 10 power minus 12. Yeah, and capital Q 32 into 10 power minus 6 into denominator. If you see, we have 4 pi epsilon. Medium is free space given. Epsilon r is equal to 1 they have given. So epsilon naught. And then 1 by Rf minus 1 by 1 by Rf minus R. Yep. So yeah, into, I'm writing it here, 1 by Rf. What is the value of Rf? I think 4. 1 by 4 minus 1 by 5. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now, it's all about a simple calculation. Do the calculation. We can do a lot of cancellations, in fact, because epsilon naught, we all know, is 8.85 into 10 power minus 12, and epsilon naught is gone. Pi and pi is gone. 4 cancels out 32 8 times. We have 10 power minus 6. We have to express the answer, in fact, in terms of micro. So this becomes equal to 8 into 10 power minus 6. How much is LCM? I think 5 minus 4 by, which is 1 divided by 20. Okay. So 8 by 20, when you do the calculation, 8 by 20, I think 0.4. 0.4 into 10 power minus 6, so micro joules. Okay, so this is your answer. So the answer that you are supposed to enter here is 0.4. Okay, so this is your question. Question is quite simple, okay, if you have the basics of EMF. But yeah, amongst all the questions that you have, this is slightly on the, I wouldn't say so tough, but rather, if you have logic, it would take very less amount of time. But if you don't have logic, you won't write this potential value as directly Q by 4 pi epsilon times R. Okay, so this is something that you have to keep in mind. Anyway.
EMF, more questions are there?
One more question.
Achha, okay.
Yeah. So this is regarding fourth question of EMF. And next, the last question of EMF, another 2-mark question. Okay. Okay, I don't think it's there here. I think there is another question which is I'm unable to find that. But in the meanwhile, you can cover the math questions.
Math and signals view question. There is one question of surface integral. Have you covered with EMF or this question?
Yeah, that is done, sir.
You've done this?
Yeah, that is 1 mark done.
1 mark. Okay. 5 times the volume, right?
0. I got 0. The divergence
is 5. Okay.
Yeah, it's 5.
Yes, I read it as 5z. It is 5 constant. Yeah. So, okay, students. Maths and signals few questions are there. Okay. Now see. And MSQs are there. I think, in the beginning we told you 5 MSQs, but I think I saw some 3-4 MSQs from maths only by this time. Okay. So yeah, let's check it out, guys. How was your paper? How did you feel, especially about maths and signals? You can also mention here. Controls also we'll do. Whatever questions we have, we'll do. Okay, guys. Okay. So yeah, what is there? Let us start with a mathematics question. Okay, now see. What is given? A is some m cross m. This is 1 mark. Okay. M cross m skew symmetric matrix. Okay. M cross n skew symmetric. Okay, it's a language based question. If you just understand the language, and then they have told X is a m dimensional column vector. That means m cross 1 vector. I'm writing it in short. M cross 1 column vector. Okay, with real value. So this is also a real vector such that X transpose X equal to 1, meaning that it is unit vector. Okay, norm of X will be 1. Okay, what is the quantity X transpose AX evaluates to? What is the quantity X transpose AX evaluates to? Come on. Yeah. Anybody, any answer for this? Okay, it's a 1 mark because it is just going to use the skew symmetry definition. See, what is the simple point you understand here? X transpose AX, I hope you know it, but okay, I'll just explain you one point. A is a m cross m skew symmetric matrix. X is a m cross 1 column vector. So we all know that A into X, okay, X is not an eigenvector, but yeah, A into X will always give a vector form only. Okay, and what is this? 1 cross m. X transpose will be 1 cross m. The final result will be 1 cross 1. Okay, that is some scalar number. Final value is going to be some scalar number. Some simple answer will be there. Okay, so let's say that is K. X transpose AX. Okay, now but whatever is scalar quantity, if you take the transpose of a scalar quantity, will it affect anything? No, na? So K transpose will be K. So what is going to be the K transpose here? Now transpose will go reverse in multiplication. Na? So this will be X transpose, then A transpose, and then X. This is the only one point where you have to use skew symmetry definition. Okay, and you can write this as X transpose into minus of A into X, because what is skew symmetry? Skew symmetry means A transpose will be negative of A. Okay, so X transpose into minus AX, or if I take minus outside, X transpose AX. Okay, now because of that, you originally get the value of what? you originally get the value of minus k. Okay, but k transpose, as I'm telling you, should also be k because k is scalar number. So k transpose also k, right side also minus k. K equal to minus k is only possible if k equal to 0. That's the only thing. So answer for this question is k equal to 0. The answer for the question is k equal to 0. Okay, let me see dear in the comment box. Anybody solved it? See, Kishore, maths, the questions I found till now is not difficult. Maybe the language. Okay, they have confused you with the language, some detailed language they have given. Okay, simple question but detailed language, nothing more. Okay, you see this. Okay, you see this. One more question from matrices, which is using, the different names of Euclidean norm, which you normally call it as length. Okay, if you keep it that, if you make it simple, the question becomes easy for you. Okay, yeah, signals, a few questions that I saw easy only. Anyways, yeah, let me go to the next question. So what is there in the next question? Let's take it mathematics only. Okay, one question of very simple surface integrals are discussed with EMF. Okay, so that's also very simple. Divergence coming to be 0. Okay, yeah, now see this matrices question, 1 mark MSQ. I told you some 2-3 MSQs at least I have seen from maths only. Okay, what they are telling, A and B, I am writing the question in brief. What is there? A and B are n cross n matrices. Okay, n cross n matrices. Okay, and they have a common eigenvalue lambda equal to 2. Okay, and also same corresponding eigenvector x. Okay, same corresponding eigenvector x. Okay, you have to choose the correct option, MSQ. Okay, first option is determinant of b minus 2i equal to 0. Second option is determinant of a plus b minus 2i equal to 0. Option number C, determinant of a plus b minus 4i is equal to 0. Option number D, determinant of a minus 2i is equal to 0. Okay, now see dear. Okay, both A and B have a common eigenvalue. Okay, eigenvalue is what? Eigenvalue will always satisfy characteristic equation. What is the characteristic equation? Modulus of A minus lambda I equal to 0. Correct, na? That means if 2 is a common eigenvalue of both, A minus 2i determinant will be 0, as well as B minus 2i determinant will be 0. As well as B minus I determinant will be 0. Okay, B minus 2i. So, these two are definitely correct. These two are what? Definitely correct. Determinant B minus 2i, determinant A minus 2i is going to be 0. Okay, now A and B, what is the next thing? A and B have a common eigenvalue. And now see, acha. Now I'll rectify this option very clearly. Ax equal to 2x if x is the eigenvalue. Because what is the eigenvector? Eigenvector, basic relation. Ax equal to lambda x. Output is proportional to x. Similarly, okay, b into x is equal to 2x, same eigenvector. That is very important word mentioned here. Okay, now when I add both the equation, because x is common, okay, a plus b into x is equal to 4x. That means one of the eigenvalue of the matrix a plus b equal to 4. Okay, one of the eigenvalue for a plus b equal to 4. Okay, so for a plus b, one of the eigenvalue is lambda equal to 4. Okay, this is possible because they have the corresponding same eigenvector. But if I don't say this, if I simply say two matrices are there, they have the two different matrices having one common eigenvalue 2. Can you add the eigenvalue directly? Not always, but provided they have the same eigenvector. That was the important data mentioned. Now, because a plus b has the eigenvalue 4, again, if you apply the same characteristic equation logic here, okay, what can I write? That matrix, that is a plus b minus lambda I, that is minus 4i equal to 0. Okay, so option number C also correct. 3 options are correct here, A, C, D. Tell me dear, let me see what is there in the comment box. Govind Rao, A, C, D, not only A, D. Ricky correct, A, C, D. Kishore, very good, correct, A, C, D. Okay, so A and D are just definition. You had to be sure about C, and yes, C is a correct answer because of the corresponding same eigenvector. Okay, let me take up the next one. This was again 1 mark MSQ question. All right, what else? Let me take some 2 marks question as well. Okay, yeah, a question from the random variable expectation. Okay, this one is 2 marks. What is mentioned? X and Y are two real valued random variables. X and Y are given to you as real random variables. Okay, expectation of X is equal to 1. Last 2-3 years pattern, I have been telling you continuously that electrical students don't neglect random variables at all, because sometimes they're asking a better question of random variable in electrical as compared to EC. Okay, last 2-3 years, especially if you see the electrical trend going on. E of X equal to 1, E of Y equal to 2, then their mean square value, second moment is given, E of X square 4, E of Y square is equal to something 9, and expectation of XY is also given to you 0.9. 0.9. Okay. Why you have to find what value of alpha that is going to minimizes this expectation calculation, expectation of X minus alpha Y whole square. What value of alpha will minimize this expectation? Yes, guys. Okay, you can just always correct if there is any change in the data, because this is all memory based questions. Okay, so yeah, let me solve it here. What is there? Expectation of X minus alpha Y whole square. Okay, you can open it first of all, and expectation being a linear operator, you can split also. First term E of X square, which is known to me. Second will be how much? Alpha square expectation of Y square. Okay, then minus 2ab term, minus 2 out of which alpha constant, minus 2ab, minus 2 alpha expectation of xy. Okay, so just first open this a square plus b square minus 2ab. Okay, and expectation is a linear operator, you can split the terms. Now what all is given? Expectation of x square 4, expectation of y square is 9 alpha square, minus expectation of xy 0.9. Okay, you can just check the data and into alpha. So it is nothing but you can just call it as some function f, a function of alpha. Okay, what is the f dash? The derivative will become how much? 9 to 18, 18 alpha minus 1.8 is equal to 0. First derivative 0. Alpha is coming how much? 1.8 by 18, 0.1. Okay, then what is, of course, if you take the double derivative, just to confirm, okay, that is going to be 18 even at alpha, because it's a constant that is negative, and that is what comes the maxima condition. Okay, so what is that value of alpha that is going to maximize? Alpha equal to 0.1. I think this was NAT question. As far as I am able to see, this one is NAT question. Yeah, Jitesh, Govind Rao, you have got it correct answer. Yeah, got it correct answer. Okay. So a very basic calculus calculation mixed with the random variable. Easy only, guys. This one is easy only. Okay, 2 marks. NAT. If you have studied the statistical part of random variable, it is actually easy. Contour integral also, what is there? Bringing a easy question only. Contour integral bringing a easy question only. What is the value of the contour integral? What is the data given? Z plus 1 whole square divided by Z minus I multiplied by Z minus 2 dz over what contour given? Modulus of Z minus 2 minus I is equal to 3 by 2. Modulus of Z minus 2. A circle of radius 3 by 2, center 2, 1 has to be taken. What is the magnitude? Okay, they have asked the magnitude of this. Okay, so that also you have to take care by chance whether the answer comes negative. Okay. The magnitude they have asked because it's a NAT question, so that iota magnitude will be 1. For that reason, magnitude has been asked. Got it. Okay. So now tell me there. Okay, if you have attempted this, tell me straightforward question. What are the singular points here? If you talk about singularity, Z equal to I and Z equal to 2. Okay. Now, see, either you draw the circle, radius is 3 by 2, center 2, 1, but no need. See, I'll just logically solve it. If I put Z equal to 2 here, how much I get? Modulus of minus I is 1, less than 3 by 2. Okay, left side less than the right side. So this is going to be inside. Okay, this is in Z equal to I if I put. Okay, so then also what is left? I cancel. Modulus of minus 2, this is greater than 3 by 2. This has to be out. Got my simple logic? No need to draw it. Okay, when I put Z equal to I repeat, I get magnitude here is minus 2 magnitude is 2. 2 is greater than 3 by 2. That point has to be outside. But when I substituted 2, I got modulus of minus I, which is 1, less than 3 by 2. So only one pole inside. And both of them are simple poles. So let me recheck the question. There is no square or something. No, both of them are simple poles, first order pole. So only one residue required. And what is that residue required? That is the residue of z equal to 2. Okay, and that is going to be how much? Limit of z tending to 2, z minus 2 into fz. Fz is z plus 2 whole square upon z minus I, z minus 2 dz. Okay, so z equal to 2 getting cancelled. They're putting z equal to 2, how much? 2 plus 1, 3. 3 square upon 2 minus I. Okay. Yeah, this is what is going to be left. Okay, then what is the value of the integral? Integral is given by 2 pi I into the residues. Okay, and there is only one residue, 9, and divided by 2 minus I. Okay, so let me just simplify this calculation. How much it is? Numerator becoming 18 pi I. Okay, I'll multiply by 2 by I, or I want magnitude, na? Why to, rationalize? If I just want magnitude, what is the net magnitude? 18, numerator magnitude 18 pi. Okay, divided by denominator magnitude, directly you write and use your calculator. Root over 2 square plus 1 square. Now, no need to simplify the complex number and get the magnitude. Okay, if you have done the calculation part, you can let me know. Okay, or let me check if I am able to get this answer. I'll solve it here. Denominator is how much? Root 5, na? Okay, so it is 25.3 approx. Approx 25.3. Can you recheck? Can you just check the calculation once? Okay, what I have done is 18 pi divided by root 5. Approximately, this is what I have done. Yeah. Akbar, evaluate the magnitude of what? Integral. Na? So for that reason, I calculated residue. You can go by Cauchy integral formula. That is your choice. Okay, that is an option. That is an option. Some questions are, some students are telling, asked for nearest integer for some question. I have told you many times in class, okay, if they say nearest integer, last year one incident happened in electrical, okay, that to round off to the integer, so you have to be very careful. Sometimes they may or may not accept the exact answer. Okay, minima condition they have asked for this question. I have got the question as maxima. Can you all confirm? Okay, because what I am getting also is minus 2 alpha. If the second derivative is coming to be positive. Sorry, na, yeah. It has to be minima question. Then I've written, what was the question? Let me check from the file exactly. This was, where is that file gone? Just a second. Minimize only. Minimize only I've written. Correct only I've written, na? I think written correct only. Here, lastly, I've done some typo error. Correct only. Minimization only I've written the question. Second derivative of positive. Okay. Yeah, that's what question was, to evaluate the integral. Na? That's what I have done here. Okay. Now, whether you do it through residue or whether you do it through Cauchy integral form, that is up to you. Okay. That is up to you. Okay. Acha. Now, one integral question. 1 upon pi. It's a very simple, tricky question. Okay, but looking into the numbers, I believe some students may or may not do it. Okay, x power 2026, current year 2026. Sometimes they make this random data. Divided by 1 plus x power 2006 into 1 plus x square dx is how much? Okay, integral 0 to infinity and whole 1 by pi. Okay, this question was in maths or aptitude? I mean, any ways you can place. Any ways you can place it. Okay. Yeah. Let's check this now. Yes, students. Okay. Now see, suppose you call this integral as, see, x power 2026, number one thing that you should think in mind, I'll tell you the approach. 1 upon 1 plus x square, you know, na? Tan inverse. Okay. Tan inverse, and no substitution will work up here. Okay. Even if you substitute x square, this is going to be, if you divide by 2, still it is a very big power, 1013. Okay. So definitely this part is integrable, but this you cannot integrate directly. Okay. And it has not to be, it should not be a very lengthy question. Suppose this is some integral I1. You say this way. Okay. You say this is some integral I1. But if you take some integral, I2. Okay. By symmetry, you should be able to target this question. Okay. What is that integral I2? 1 by pi, integral 0 to infinity. I'll split this term. Okay. I'll call this as 1 upon 1 plus x power 2026 1 plus x square, okay, dx this way. Okay, this is properly the approach that you should be taking it. So okay, let me just check it out. So when I add these two, I1 and I2, what will I get? Yeah, so see, when I add these two, I have kept the common denominator. Okay, 1 upon pi anyways outside. When I add these two, I'm going to get how much? 1 plus x power 2026, 1 plus x power 2026, and that is what is going to make it cancel. Okay, this is one thing. Okay, this is one thing. Now, because this factor is cancelled, now what you are left is 1 upon pi integral 1 upon 1 plus x square tan inverse x 0 to infinity. So pi by 2. Pi by 2, no? Tan inverse 0 is 0. So this part is 1 by 2. This is one thing. Okay, so I1 plus I2, this is the approach to take, is going to be how much? And that has come up to be 1 by 2. Okay, now here if you make a simple replacement, see, if I just simply replace x by 1 by x, what I'm going to achieve here, okay, one small substitution, 0 to infinity, okay, or rather replacement 1 upon 0 here infinity, okay, this will be 0, this is 1 by pi anyways outside. Now here I'm going to get, I'll simplify carefully, x power 2026 here divided by 1 plus 1 by x power 2026 and 1 plus 1 by x square, and dx will be how much? Okay, or suppose I've called it as 1 by t, I'll make it more visible to you, more clearly visible. Let this be t, and dx will be how much?
7.5 milliwatt.
1 upon t, so minus 1 by t square dt. Now see here, when you are going to simplify, rewrite this terms, lot of overwriting, t power 2026, this is t square. Okay, minus 1 by t square. Now you see, t power 2026 you can cancel. Okay, when you simplify, what about this minus? Minus you can use to swap the limits. 1 upon pi, integral 0 to infinity, right? Minus I've used. This t square I will cancel here. T power 26 also cancelled. I get 1 upon t power 2026 plus 1 multiplied by t square plus 1 into dt, and this is what I have called as I2. Okay, so I1 is convertible to I2. You got my point? I1 is convertible to I2. Okay, so that means I1 and I2 are same, only my question was I1, so I have 2I1 equal to half. My final answer I1 has to be 1 by 4. My final answer I1 has to be 1 by 4. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, correct. Akbar, correct answer. Ritik se correct answer. 0.25. Okay. Yeah, this one is 2 marks. That I know. It was in maths only, correct? Akbar confirms me. Okay, got this? Yeah. This is a good question. I mean, it's a good question where you have to think. It's not difficult, I will say. Okay, but yeah, that's what many students will mostly attend direct questions, but not where you have to think. This basic thinking had to be done. Okay, so I1 and I2, what I have taken are same only, basically.
Okay, manchi question actually.
They are basically same only.
Easy value kuda manchi question hai.
And that also okay. I have taken I1 plus I2, you can take 1 minus I1. Anything is okay. Anything is okay, that also okay. Anyways, you can do it.
Kani, isa electric the tappe. Manchi paper.
Let me see any other I have. What is there? What is there? Achha, haan. So I have one more question from mathematics. Again a MSQ.
Proper concept నేర్చుకున్నాడికి.
2 marks MSQ. N cross n orthogonal matrix. What is given? A is a n cross n orthogonal matrix with real entries. Okay, real orthogonal matrix. I'll put it this way. Okay, and each column having a Euclidean norm. Okay, Euclidean norm means length. Choose the correct statements. Choose the correct statement. Eigenvalues of A have modulus 1. Okay, eigenvalues of A have modulus 1. Standard property, if you have followed my notes. Yes, Okay, all eigenvalues of a real orthogonal matrix and a unitary matrix are always follow mod lambda equal to 1. The same thing you will see in the notes. Okay, they follow mod lambda equal to 1. They follow mod lambda equal to 1. Now next, norm of AX
Analytics మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళు కూడా 0
is equal to norm of X. Okay, for all X belonging to R. Okay, and this operation, this is standard operation. Okay, represents the Euclidean norm.
సౌండ్
This is representing Euclidean norm. Okay, Euclidean norm, and one more thing in the same option, AX whole transpose AY is equal to X transpose Y for all X y belonging to the real number. Option by option I'll tell, since this is MSQ. Okay, now see dear. Okay, what actually is AX? AX is lambda X. Okay, so norm of AX means norm of lambda X. Okay, but what is the magnitude of lambda? It is always 1. Okay, this is always 1. For any real orthogonal matrix, mod lambda is 1. So what is going to be left? The norm of X. So this is correct. Now AX whole transpose becomes X transpose A transpose, then into AY. But what is the orthogonal matrix? A transpose. Okay, A transpose or also equal to A transpose A is equal to identity. Okay, so this part will be identity X transpose identity Y, and then identity multiplication you can remove. Answer is X transpose Y. So B also is correct only. B also is correct only. Then option number C. One by one I'll write down. Then what is there in the option number C? Okay. Acha, this was Acha, option number C is, this much is same. Okay, but AX whole transpose AY not equal to X transpose Y. So definitely C is wrong. Okay, definitely C is wrong. D answer, value of determinant of A is either plus or minus 1, a standard property of orthogonal matrix. Here itself you can see, na, if you apply the determinant on both the sides, determinant of identity will come, and determinant of A transpose is same as determinant of A. So that means determinant A whole square is 1. What is determinant of A? Plus or minus 1. Okay, the entire question is, you know, if you have followed the class, it's in the classroom notes directly. Okay, so this was a 2 marks MSQ question. This is a yet another 2 marks MSQ question. Okay, now second order differential equation. What is given? A second order differential equation is given. Where is that given? d2y by dx square plus dy by dx plus y is equal to 0 with the initial values of y0 equal to 1 and dy by dx at x equal to 0 is also 1. What is the solution? Okay, what is the solution? Okay, 2 marks MCQ. This one is MCQ. 4 options are given, A, B, C, D. I think let's not write it. Okay, 4 options are given, but leave it. Okay, you know, right side is 0. That means the PI part will be 0. Okay, only focus on the CF. And for CF, what I need? Auxiliary equation. Tell me auxiliary equation. Second derivative m square plus m plus 1 equal to 0. Giving you m equal to how much? Minus 1 plus minus I root 3 by 2. Okay, this is what are the roots. Alpha plus minus I beta complex conjugate roots. Okay, so what is the complementary function? That will be the final answer also. E raised to the power alpha x, e power minus x by 2, c1 cos beta x plus c2 sin beta x, correct? C1 cos beta x, C2 sin beta x. Okay. Now, initial values. What is y0 is 1. Now, y0 means what? When I put x equal to 0, number 1 sine term will be 0. Okay. So, 1 on the left side equal to e power 0 is 1 only into C1 cos 0. Okay. C2 will be 0. C2 into sine 0 is 0. Okay. So, yeah, this tells you C1 value is 1. Okay. C1 value is 1. Now, what I need is y dash also. Okay, now, yeah, there's some basic calculation they have involved here. Okay, so C1, y0 is 1 or 0 given. Let me recheck the data. y0 is given as 1 only. Yeah, otherwise it would have been eliminated. No, even options have both the term cos and sine. Okay, so now let me take the y dash. Okay, first of all, e power minus x by 2 constant if you take, then you take the derivative inside. C1 I will put as 1 now. Okay, cosine derivative will here become minus root 3 by 2 sine plus sine derivative. C2 is unknown. So root 3 by 2 C2 cos. This is one part, correct na? Okay, then next time you keep the whole bracket term same. Okay, whole bracket term, C1 is anyways 1 cos of root 3 by 2x plus C2 sine of root 3 by 2x whole multiplied by, now the derivative of e power minus x by 2 will be e power minus x by 2 into minus 1 by 2. Okay, now I will solve it here. What is given? Y dash 0 is also given to me as 1. Okay, so left side I'll put. Now, as soon as I put 0, e power 0, both factors are 1. And again, sine term will become 0. Okay, so what is going to be the first term? E power 0, 1. Only take the cos term. Careful, root 3 by 2, C2 cos 0 is 1. From the next one, we have minus of half. See this minus half here. Okay, and again, only cosine term cos 0 will come. Rest all, again, sine term will be 0. Okay, so if we just rewrite the equation, or I'm multiplying by 2 here, 2 is equal to root 3 C2 minus 1. Okay, so C2 is equal to 2 plus 1. Am I going correct? Yeah, it's correct only. 3. Okay, divide by root 3. So C2 equal to root 3. C2 equal to root 3. So what is the answer? Okay, I'll write down the answer here. Options I have not written. Okay, so what is the answer? E raised to the power minus of x by 2. C1 is 1 cos over root 3 by 2x, and C2 I got as root 3. So plus root 3 into the sine term. Sine root 3 by 2x. Okay. This is what is the answer that has been obtained. Okay. Okay. E power minus x by 2 cos root 3 by 2x plus root 3 times sine root 3 by 2x. Whatever I have got, option number D in that. So no need to write that all 4 options. No, Akbar, C1, C2 are not coming as equal. Acha, C1 is 1 you have written. Correct. C1 is 1, C2 is root 3. Correct. Correct, Ritik Singh as well. Correct. Yeah. Correct, guys. Okay. Next, another MSQ question. Okay. Third MSQ question from maths. Okay. I kept telling you many times, maths is one thing, especially linear algebra. Okay. Where MSQs are getting produced every time. This time you have got, I think, all 3 MSQs linear algebra. You see, all 3 questions are linear algebra MSQs. Okay. So now this is on system of equation, 2 marks MSQ. Okay. 2 marks MSQ. Consider linear of system of equation AX equal to B. Okay. So you are given linear system of equation AX equal to B. Okay. A is the n cross n matrix. A is a n cross n matrix. And X and B are n-dimensional column vectors that anyways you know. X and B are n-dimensional column vector, that is n cross 1 vectors. Okay, suppose the system of equation has unique solution. Unique solution. Now, before I read the option, you are going to tell me, what is the condition for unique solution. The first condition of unique solution is rank of A should be equal to rank of A is to B matrix. Okay, rank of A is to B. Okay, in whatever way they have written B, I'll call it this way. Rank of A is to B matrix, and both are equal to N. Not only equal, but equal to N. This is number 1 point. And because A is the n cross n square matrix, and whenever you have square matrix, okay, for rank of A to be N, that means full rank na, determinant of A must be non-zero. A must be non-singular matrix. This is what I can conclude reading the given data. Now 4 options follow here. 4 options follow here. What is the option number A? Rank of A equal to rank of A power M. Okay. For M equal to 1, 2, 3. That means any integral power has been taken. I will come to that. A inverse exists. Option number B. Option number C. Rank of A less than rank of A by B. Okay, A by B is augmented matrix. You all know it already. Okay, system of equation A power mx. Okay, A power m into x equal to B always have a unique solution. Okay, whether this will have a unique solution or not. Okay, now, okay, again, m is any integer. Okay, m is any integer. Now you see here, determinant A equal to 0, A inverse exists. Okay, if a matrix is non-singular, then it is invertible. So B answer is correct. B answer is correct. Okay, now this is wrong. Rank of A less than rank of A is to be for no solution. So C answer is wrong. Okay, now what is the determinant of A power m is given by determinant A power m, and because determinant A non-zero, any power of it will also be non-zero. Power of a non-zero number. That clearly means that if this is having non-zero determinant, rank of A power m will also be full. So this, both of them will be equal rank. Okay, will be equal in rank. Okay, so A answer correct, B correct, C wrong. Now C. Okay, because A power m also has a full rank, so the system of equation A power m into x equal to B, this will also have unique solution. Yes or no? What they say? They are also saying unique solution. 3 answers correct, A, B, D. 3 answers correct, A, B, D. Tell me. 3 answers are correct here. That is A, B, and D. A, B, D. Yes, Govind Rao, correct answer. Mr. Unlucky, Ritik Singh, very correct answer. Okay, A, B, D are the 3 correct answers. Okay, so these are the questions I have got till now. 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so all 8 questions of maths are discussed. Okay, all 8 questions of maths are discussed. Just a second, guys. Gautam sir. Analog or circuits?
Sir, అది EMF డిజిటల్ అవుతుంది కదా. Sir, yeah. It's in the box.
So you are taking digital now?
No, EMF, there is one more question, sir.
One more question.
Yeah.
Okay. Maths, all 8 questions discussed. Guys, I'll be back with signals and controls shortly.
హలో
ఇంకోటి బాక్స్ లో పెట్టేసి
యా బాక్స్ అక్కడ బయట. Okay, so there was one more question on EMF and I'll complete that first. Let me look at the question. Yeah, so this is the 5th question from EMF. Again, another 2 more question. Very good question, in fact. I'm not writing the entire question, but I'll just show it to you. There's a coordinate system given to you. This is x-axis, z-axis, y-axis. On the xy plane, you have a loop. There is a random loop given to you like this. So this is the loop called as A. And inside the loop, you have 2 areas. Okay, so this is area A1 and this is area A2. And through this area A1 and A2, you are having some, in fact, magnetic fluxes. The magnetic flux density through A1, that is given by B1 bar, is given by some expression. This is m by root 2 and then sine of omega t. Direction is x cap plus 0 y cap plus z cap. Okay, so 1 x cap plus 0 y cap plus z cap, 1 z cap. And then the magnetic flux through the area A2, this is B2 bar, is given by minus n by root 2. We have cos 2 omega t plus pi by 4, some phase shift term. Okay, into we have 0 x cap plus 1 y cap plus 1 z cap. Okay, so given this, what is the expression of induced RMF voltage of loop A? Okay, so the question is, how much is the induced EMF V induced is equal to dash in loop A? So we all know that the formula for induced EMF is given by what? The induced EMF formula is given by minus d phi by dt. Okay. If you see, the loop is oriented on what plane now? So this loop A is on xy plane. Okay, so this is on xy plane. So what is the direction of xy plane? The direction is basically perpendicular direction is given by the n cap is equal to z cap. Okay, so this is given by z cap. So because of that, whatever is the magnetic flux we are having in z direction. So even from the diagram also you can notice that what would be the magnetic field coming out of this particular area A1 and area A2. You may have two components, but the component we are interested is this component only, which is Z component. So even though we have two components of magnetic field, we are interested only in Z component of magnetic field. Okay, fine. Now, this becomes equal to how much? Minus d by dt of your phi. What is phi? We have two areas here. One is B1 bar A1, and what is the area A1 given by simply small a1. I'm using the same notation as such. Okay. So this is equal to B1 times A1 plus second term we have is B2 times A2. Okay. So this becomes equal to now. This becomes equal to, yeah, if you differentiate A1 is a constant anyway. So minus A1. Now differentiate B1. What is the differentiation of B1? Only Z component with respect to time. So we have sin omega t differentiation becomes equal to cos omega t, omega comes out. So this is m omega by root 2. Okay, so m omega by root 2, that's it. So this is what you have. And what is the direction? Direction is Z cap. Like I've told, we are only concerned about the Z component of magnetic field. Okay. Second, I'm sorry. You also have the cos term. So after differentiation, sine becomes equal to cos of omega t. This is the first term. Okay. Then what about the second term? The second term becomes equal to a2 less minus is anyway common. Okay, minus is anyway common. A2 I'm keeping it outside. Differentiation of cos becomes equal to minus sign. Already you have a minus sign here. Minus of minus is plus anyway. So n differentiation of 2 omega t with respect to time becomes equal to 2 omega n 2 omega divided by root 2. Okay, and differentiation of cos will give you sine. Overall minus sign minus is already accounted for. 2 omega t plus pi by 4. Okay, so this is what you have. And finally, from this, if I want RMS value of this, see, you notice that we have two orthogonal terms. So this is one orthogonal term, this is one more, in the sense that these two terms are basically orthogonal with respect to each other. This looks of this kind of a format wherein we have a kind of cos omega t plus some coefficient b sine 2 omega t, some phase shift you are having phi. So whenever you have a signal of this particular format, if the first and second terms are orthogonal with respect to each other, orthogonal means in one time period, the area of product of both of those terms becomes equal to 0. So in that case, what is the value of RMS value? The RMS value of this guy is given by, this is equal to square root of a square plus b square by 2. So this is the RMS value. And I'm using the same logic here. If I use the same logic here, then what do we have? We have m square a1 square omega square by square of root 2 is 2 first term plus minus is gone, n square 2 square is 4 omega square a square divided by again root 2 square is 2 divided by 2 again. Okay, so overall whole power half overall under root. So due to which finally the answer is here. This becomes equal to square root of 2 by 2 is 4. Denominator is 4. The first term is m square a1 square omega square. The second term is 4 n square omega square a square. There are 4 options. I did not show the options for you though. But yeah, one of the option is in fact this guy. Okay. So this is what we have in this question. Calculation wise a bit lengthy, but rather not so tough question is what I would say, at least this one. At the same time, I wouldn't put it in the easy category too. This is kind of moderate to tough is what I would say, because the moment you look at this question, there's always a fear factor, and because of the fear factor, many people will be reluctant to in fact read the question also. Okay. Okay, so there is one more question from digital. I'll do that question. That is definitely an easy question. So we have a circuit. This is a NOR gate. The output of this NOR gate is connected to input AND gate. X complemented. So this is your output. So the question is all about what is the output. There are 4 options. One more is 0. One more is x bar, y bar, I think yz whole bar, and option D is x bar into y plus z. Okay, so this is the question. All the options look in the minimized format. This is a very simple question, I would say. Step by step, you can find out the output, and the inputs are x, y, z here. The inputs are x, y, z. So what is this? This is x plus y plus z whole bar, which is equal to x bar, y bar, z bar. So this is complement of x. And what about the output here then? So here it is x bar y. And what about here? This output becomes equal to, this is x bar and z. So this is x bar z. So what about the output here then? This is x bar y plus x bar z. Okay. And finally, this becomes equal to, now multiplication of both. So this is x bar, y bar, z bar multiplied with x bar y plus x bar z. Okay. Yeah, if you multiply with the first term, it becomes 0 because y bar into y becomes 0. X bar, y bar, z bar multiplied with x bar z. So z bar into z again becomes equal to 0. The answer becomes equal to 0. So the output is always equal to 0. Okay, like I told you, very easy question that we have got in digital, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is one of the questions that we have. Next, Gautam sir will take a few questions on analog as well as networks. Okay, wait for a while. Sir, Gautam sir will take a few questions on.
Overlap means some A2B concept is actually MOSFET. Acha. MOSFET. They have given MOSFET.
Logic.
And all power consumption.
All right, guys, good afternoon. I hope electrical students have done well I was just going through the paper. I would say it is a good paper. In fact, a very good paper. Okay, because many questions are deeply conceptual. Okay, not the routine, type of questions which you get to see in many exams. Questions are simple, but only if you can think conceptually. If you have learnt the subject conceptually, this paper is extremely easy. Okay. So what I'll try to do in the next few minutes is to try and discuss the questions from electric circuits as well as analog circuits. Still, as I speak, I'm getting questions. So I found two questions so far which are related to analog circuits. So one question was related to op amp, which we'll discuss first. One second. So this question is from analog circuits, and I think it's a 2-mark question. I'm not sure. So marks, I'm not sure. When I come to know, I'll tell you. So I mean, it's simple op amp circuit. So using an op amp, they have made an inverting amplifier. One resistance is 5K and the other resistance is 100K. So this is like R1 and that is R2. And the input applied to this inverting amplifier is 100 millivolts. But the op amp is not ideal. That is the point. Okay. So the gain of the op amp, it is some 105. Okay. But the input resistance of the op amp, it is still infinite. Even the output resistance is 0. I mean, this is a very typical problem on real or non-ideal op amp. Okay. Not get it would is this paper. Okay. Once all our faculty discuss the questions, then we will get an overall picture about the level of difficulty. Okay, whether it is moderate or slightly on the tougher side. Okay, that will come to know when we discuss all subjects. Okay. So anyway, so the question is to find V naught. So what is the question? It is to find V naught, which is the output voltage. One second, what color I should, okay, I'll use this color. So the input resistance is 0, input resistance is infinite. It means the two input currents are 0. Okay, so for this op amp, the two input currents are 0. Okay, but the gain of the op amp is not infinite, so you cannot use virtual short. Yes, the op amp is connected in negative feedback, but since the gain of the op amp is not infinite, you cannot use virtual short. You have to go by the definition of the op amp. What is the definition of op amp? The output voltage is equal to A times Vd. Output voltage, what? A times Vd. I'll pick a different color. Where this Vd is what? V plus minus V minus. Okay. So because this current is 0, definitely this current and this current both will be equal. Okay. Because this input current is 0. Now because these two currents are equal, we can say 5K and 100K. Is it 100K? Let me just verify. Yep, it is 100K. So 5K and 100K will be in series between 100 millivolts and V naught. Let me call this 100 millivolts as Vi. Okay. So what is the voltage at this point in terms of Vi and V naught? Directly we can write it. V naught times 5K plus Vi times 100K, which is V naught into 5K plus Vi times 100K divided by 5K plus 100K, which I'll write it as 105K. Kilo and kilo will get cancelled out, and this can also be written as 5 V naught plus 100 Vi divided by 105. That is the voltage at this point. So the voltage at this point is V minus, and the voltage at this point is ground or 0. So V plus is 0. Now V naught is equal to A. A is what? The gain of the op amp, which is 105 times V plus minus V minus. V plus is 0 minus, in place of V minus you write this, which is 5 V naught plus 100 Vi upon 105. Okay. So now what happens is this 105 and this 105, they get cancelled out. So V naught equal to minus 5 V naught minus 100 Vi. So this thing comes to this side, you get 6 V naught, and on the other side you'll have minus 100 Vi. So V naught is equal to minus 100 by 6 times Vi. Now what is the value of Vi? It is 100 millivolts. So in place of Vi, you just write 100 millivolts. So minus 100 by 6 into 100 millivolts. Okay. I think, I don't know in what units you should find the answer, but if you want to find the answer in volts, 1000 millivolts is what? 1 volt. So minus 10 by 6 volts. Okay. You'll get some value. Okay. Which will be minus 1.66 like that volts. Okay. Had the op amp been ideal, can I use this color? Okay. Had the op amp been ideal, then you can use the inverting amplifier gain, which is minus R2 by R1, which will be minus 20 times 100 millivolts. So the output in that case would have been minus 2 volts. But this is when op amp is ideal. Okay. But because the gain of the op amp is only some 105, this is the correct value of V naught. Okay. Sir, they were asking gain. They asked to find voltage gain. So if they are asking gain, then the answer is minus 100 by 6. If the question is about finding gain, then the answer is minus 100 by 6. Okay. Which is minus 16.66. All right, fine. మన కొంచెం చిన్నగా మా ఫుల్ వస్తుంది వాయిస్ చెప్పు చిన్నగా సార్ ఫుల్గా వినిపిస్తుంది. Okay, I found one more question which is based on MOSFETs. So using NMOS transistors, they have tried to design a logic circuit. So in a logic circuit, the MOSFETs will act as switches. Okay, NMOS transistor and PMOS transistor both will act as switches in logic circuits. So some logic circuit is given. You have been asked to identify what is the correct Boolean function that is implemented by this circuit, and also you have been asked to find what is the maximum power consumed by the circuit. Okay. So I'll draw the circuit first, then I will explain what the question is, and then we'll try to find the answer. Okay. So at the top, you have the supply voltage, and then you have a resistance of value 5K. Below that, you have two NMOS transistors both connected in series. I think these two inputs are A and B. Okay. And then there is one more transistor which is kind of connected in parallel with these two transistors. And then there is one more transistor as well. Okay. So what are the three inputs applied to this circuit? A, B, and C. Okay. A, B, and C. This is 5 kilo ohm and this is 10 kilo ohm. And the output is taken at this point. This is the output. So if you call the output as some Y, the question is this: what is Y and what is the maximum power dissipated by the circuit? This is the question. Okay, what is Y and what is the maximum power dissipated by the circuit? Okay, I'll also write the options. First option, Y is AB C bar whole bar plus C bar, and the power value of that maximum power dissipated is 7.5 milliwatts. And B option is AB plus C bar whole bar. And again, that value of maximum power is what? 5 milliwatts. C option is Y equal to A plus B times C bar and then whole bar. And the maximum power again is 5 milliwatts. And D option, Y is AB whole bar times C. And the power value is 7.5 milliwatts. Alright, this is the question. Okay, let's do the analysis and find the answer. Make a copy of this. You see, A, B, C, these are the three inputs which can be either, each input can be what? Either high or low. Okay. So for NMOS transistor to be on, or for that NMOS switch to be closed, the gate should be high. Okay. You see, if this network is completely off, this one and this one is completely off. Okay, this and these two are completely off. No current flows here. no drop across this, output will be 5, which is what? High or 1. Okay. If A and B both are 1. Okay. If A and B both are 1. If A and B both are 1, then this is short. I mean, this switch is closed, acts like a short circuit. This switch also will be closed, acts like a short circuit. Then the output is shorted to ground. If A and B both are 1, then your output is 0. Yes, our output is 0 for sure. Another way in which output can become 0 is if C is 0. You say if C is 0, okay. If C is 0, then this will be off. If this is off, no current flows through this transistor. At the gate, anyway, no current will flow. At the gate, anyway, no current will flow. So no current, this 5 will appear here. So if you have a high voltage applied at the gate of NMOS, this will be on. If this is on, this becomes a short circuit. Again, your output will be shorted to ground. So if C is 0, then also your output becomes 0. So if any of these two happens, okay, if both A and B become 1, output will become 0. Or if C is 0, then also your output will become 0. You understood? Yes. So output becomes 0 if either A and B both are 1 or if C is 0. Of course, if A and B are 1 and if C is 0, then also output will be 0. If these two are satisfied simultaneously, also output will be 0. Okay. Between A and B, if any one of them is not 1. Yes, between A and B, if any one of them is not 1, if between A and B, if any one of them is 0, okay, then the corresponding NMOS will be off, then your output does not have a path to ground, okay. And if this is also off, how can this be off? This will be off when C is 1. When C is 1, yes, this will be on, this ground will appear here, and then this will be off. This is off, one of these two is off, then output has not got any path to ground, then output will be odd high, okay. So combining these two, we can say Y is equal to AB whole bar times C, okay. If both A and B are 1, 1 into 1 bar is what? 0. 0 into anything is what? 0. You get this. Or if C is 0. If C is 0, then 0 into anything is also what? 0. Then you get this. You get the point? If this is 1, then only your output will be 1. Okay? That is the thing. So this is the logic function that is implemented by this circuit. Now to find maximum power, where will you draw the power from? From the supply. Okay? So to draw maximum power from the supply, you should be drawing maximum current. Okay? You should draw maximum current. So that means what? Current should flow like this. Current also should flow like this. Then only you draw maximum current from the power supply. Okay. So to draw, for current to flow here, either this branch should be on or this branch should be on. Okay. In fact, here also you want current to flow. That means this should be on. Okay. See, for maximum power. 1 second. Well. So now I'm going to find what is the maximum power. For maximum power drawn from the supply, you should draw, your current should flow here as well as here. For current to flow here, this should be on, which means C should be 1. Of course, if C is 1, this point will be shorted to ground, this becomes 0, this will be off, then no current here, okay. But how much current will flow in this branch? 5 minus 0 by 10K, which is 0.5 milliamps, okay. So forget about this transistor. So here A and B both must be 1. Then this path is closed, this path is also closed, and this point is shorted to ground, this will be 0. So current will flow like this, okay. No current in this branch, but current will flow like this, and that current will be 5 minus 0 by 5K, which is 1 milliamp. So in this branch you have 1 milliamp current, in this branch you'll have 0.5 milliamp current, and together these two currents will flow or will be drawn from the supply, which is 1.5 milliamps. Now what is power? 5 volts into whatever is the current that is drawn. 5 into 1.5 is what? 7.5 milliwatts. So the logic function implemented is what? AB whole bar times C, which is this. The maximum power is what? 7.5 milliwatts. Okay. I hope you have understood. Okay. So these are the questions I found which are kind of related to analog circuits. There are also questions from networks. See, this is the question. The terminal voltage and current of a linear electrical network. This is that linear electrical network. There is the terminal voltage across the two terminals, and this is the terminal current. Okay. This table is given. Okay, for voltage equal to 18 volts, the current is minus 0.5. When voltage is 30, the current is 0.5. I mean, this minus 0.5, and when voltage is 36, the current is 1 ampere. So the correct choice for the parameters IN and RN. IN means what? The Norton current or the short circuit current ISA, and RN is what? The Norton resistance of the motors, not motors. Okay, this word should not come here, of the equivalent circuit. Okay, so for this electrical network, this is the Norton equivalent, IN in parallel with RN. Those two values you have been asked to find. I mean, this is quite simple. So this voltage you can think this is VT, and this current you can think it is IT. What is the standard relation between VT and IT? You know very well, VT is equal to AIT plus B, where that A is nothing but RTH and B is nothing but VTH. Okay. So once you find RTH and VTH, VTH by RTH is nothing but this Norton current IN. Okay. So on this side you have values of VT, on this side you have values of IT. I'll use this. So in place of VT I'll write 30. 30 is equal to, in place of IT I'll write 0.5. 0.5 A plus B. And then I'll use this value. Okay, VT is 36. And then A, that is what we need to find. IT is 1. A into 1, or simply A plus B. That's all. You kind of subtract the two equations. 30 minus 36 will be minus 6. B and B cancel out. So what is A here? 12. And A is nothing but RTH. So RTH is 12 ohms, which is same as the Norton resistance. This one, which is same as the Norton resistance. And once you find A, you can also find B. I mean, A is 12, 36 minus 12. So B is 24. So what is B or the Thevenin voltage? It is 24 volts. So then the Norton current IN will be what? The Thevenin voltage VTH divided by the Thevenin resistance RTH. 24 by 12, which is 2 amps. Yes or no? So the Norton current is 2 amps and the Norton resistance is 12 ohms, which is option B. 2 amps and 12 ohms. Okay, option B. How many of you got answer as B? Okay, Xenon diode also there is a question. I didn't get that question. Please, if you can share that question. The electrical network shown has an independent voltage source 10 volts. This is the 10 volt source and a current source 14 of t milliamps. Maybe it is U of t. I think it's a typing mistake. Please confirm in the chat box that this is U of t. Okay, I believe this is U of t. U of t milliamps, because you can see the waveform at t equal to 0, it is going from 0 to 1 milliamp. The voltage, this may be across, okay, the voltage across the capacitor at time instance in seconds. So at t equal to 0 plus, what is the voltage across the cap? At t equal to 0.5 seconds, what is the voltage across the cap? Let me call it Vc. Also at t equal to infinity, what is the voltage across the cap? Okay, you have to find the values of Vc at 3 different time instants. Okay. So the circuit is not the same for t less than 0 and t greater than 0, right? T less than 0, the current source value is what? 0. It is as if the current source is not there. And then for t greater than 0, the current source value is always 1 milliamp. So for t greater than 0, you can think of this as a DC current source of value 1 milliamp. Okay. So let me do the analysis. 1 second. You see, if you first analyze this circuit for t less than 0, t less than 0, the current source value is 0, just remove the current source, okay? And this circuit at t equal to 0 minus will reach what? Steady state. Because the source is DC, the circuit reaches DC steady state, where the cap becomes open. And the cap becomes open, then 25 kilo ohm and 100 kilo ohm both will be in series across 10 volts. So what is Vc of 0 minus? From voltage division, 10 into 100k divided by 25k plus 100k, which is 125k. Okay, 100 kilo and kilo will get cancelled out. 100 by 25 is what? 4 by 5. And then 40 by 5 is what? 8. So Vc of 0 minus is 8. And because the voltage across the cap cannot change instantaneously, so Vc of 0 plus is also 8. So if you look at the options, A and D can be ruled out. A and D can be ruled out. Now you have to decide between B and C. Yes, you have to decide between B and C, because B and C, Vc of 0 plus is 8, and that is the correct value. Now, how do you choose between B and C? Okay. So if you observe, Vc of infinity values are different in options B and C. I think it's easy to find Vc of infinity, because if you want to find Vc at 0.5 seconds, you have to write that final plus initial minus final formula, and then you have to substitute t equal to 0.5 seconds and so on. but not required. We just have to pick the correct option. We'll simply find VC of infinity. Okay. So let us find VC of infinity. Okay. So if I one second. If I now analyze the same circuit for t greater than 0, the current source is going to be active. Again, this circuit at t equal to infinity will again reach DC steady state. Yes or no? DC steady state at t equal to infinity. Again, when it reaches DC steady state, the cap becomes open. Yes, the cap becomes open. What is the voltage across the cap? That is what you need to find. In fact, the capacitor, the current source, and the 100 kilo ohm resistor, all three are in parallel. So you can say there is also VC. Okay, and what is this current? It will be VC by 100K. Okay, and then if I ask what is the current in this branch, assuming this to be ground. For example, if you assume this to be ground, the voltage here will be VC, the voltage here will be 10. So the current from right to left, you can say it is VC minus 10 by 25K. Now at this point, you can actually write KCL. At this point, 1 milliamp entering, this current leaving, this current also leaving. So 1 milliamp, I'm writing KCL at this point. Okay. 1 milliamp is equal to VC by 100K plus VC minus 10 divided by 25K. So if you take LCM and so on, LCM is what? 125K, not 125K, 100K. I'm sorry. This is 100K, 25 goes into 100 as 4, 5 VC minus 40 is equal to 1 milliamp. Now when you cross multiply, milli and kilo will get cancelled out, and then this will become 100. So 5 VC is equal to 140. So VC of infinity, I'm getting 140 by 5. What is it? 140 by 5, which is exactly 28 volts. Which is exactly 28 volts. Let me write it cleanly. This is 28. So the correct option is option C. Okay. This is the correct option. So you can get the answer in minimum time. You don't really have to find. Yeah. Good. So I'll just move on to the next question. Consider a two-port network. Okay, this box is what the two-port network shown for maximum power transfer to the resistive load. This is the resistive load, and we want to deliver maximum power to this RL. What should the value of RL be? I mean, it is just application of maximum power transfer theorem. So to find the value of RL, that is nothing but RTH. While finding RTH, the all other independent sources, you will make them 0, right? So this becomes short. Then this 5 ohms is across short circuit. You can remove this. I think this 10 ohm and 4 both are in parallel. So RTH is 4 parallel 10, correct? 4 into 10 by 14. Did you all get the same answer? Please comment in the chat box if you got the same answer or not. Forty by 14. 2.86 ohms. Yes. Same answer. 20/7. Okay, good. Moving on to the next question. An electrical component, some electrical element has a voltage drop V is equal to Vm sin omega t, and the current through it is, I think there is a typing mistake. It is not Rm, it is Im. Okay. So the voltage is sinusoidal, even the current is sinusoidal. Sin omega t minus theta. So theta is what the phase difference between voltage and current. Okay, what is the average power dissipated over a half cycle corresponding to omega? Omega is what the frequency of the voltage as well as the current. Okay. See, let us find instantaneous power. From that instantaneous power, we'll find what is the average power over a half cycle corresponding to omega. What is a full cycle corresponding to omega? Capital T. Yes or no? So omega is what the frequency and the corresponding time period is what? Capital T. But they are saying what is the average over a half cycle corresponding to omega. Full cycle corresponding to omega is what? T. Half cycle will be what? T by 2. Yes. So here you have to find the average value of the instantaneous power over a duration of T by 2. You have to find average value of the instantaneous power over a duration of T by 2, which is half cycle corresponding to omega. Okay. So how do you find instantaneous power? Just multiply voltage with current. Okay. So voltage is what? Vm sin omega t, and current is what? Im sin omega t minus theta. You can use that trigonometric relation sin A sin B is equal to cos of A minus B plus cos of A plus B whole divided by 2. So if you use that relation, you can write this as a sum of two terms. The first term will be Vm Im by 2 cos of omega t minus of this, which is simply cos theta. The other term will be Vm, this is like A, this is like B, and this is cos of A minus B. The other term will have cos of A plus B, Vm Im by 2 times cos of A plus B. When you add this angle and this angle, won't you get 2 omega t minus theta? Look at the first term, it is independent of time. This is constant. This is always Vm Im by 2 cos theta. Now you need to find the average value of this term over a duration of T by 2. But what is the frequency of this term? The frequency of the second term, please observe, it is 2 omega. I mean, this is a simple point which everybody studies when they learn about power calculations in AC circuits. The instantaneous power is periodic with a frequency 2 omega. If the voltage and current are periodic with a frequency of omega, but the instantaneous power is always having twice the frequency. That is what you get to see here as well. Okay. So for 2 omega, for omega, the corresponding time period is what? T. For 2 omega, frequency becomes twice, time period becomes half. So what is the time period? T by 2. So what is the duration of one cycle for this term? T by 2. And this term alone is what? A proper sinusoid. For any proper sinusoid, what is its average value over one time period? Always 0. Yes or no? We also have to find average over a duration of T by 2. Yes. And for this term also the time period is what? T by 2. So any sinusoid, whether it is sine function or cos function, over one time period, the average value will always be 0. So what is the average value of this over a duration of T by 2? It is 0. So this average value is 0. This term is what? Always constant and equal to what? This average is same as what? That constant value. So what is the answer? Only this Vm Im by 2 cos theta, which is option D. Option B. Option B. Okay. Let's see what is the next question. Okay. I think these are the questions from networks as well as analog circuits. I think I found one more question. I'll just check my WhatsApp. So if I get any more questions from analog circuits, I will come back and discuss. సో మీరు చెప్తారా? చూస్తున్నా మెషిన్స్. Okay, now Surendra Reddy sir will come and discuss the questions from electrical machines. Okay, very shortly he will join. One second. Only. Yes, sir. Edit.
All right, very good afternoon, everybody. So I hope you've done really well in the GATE examination. So coming to electrical machines subject, we have overall 9 marks weightage from electrical machines subject, and surprisingly, there were no questions from DC machines. Questions were covered from synchronous machine, induction machine, and transformers. And I must say, pretty much easy questions, but a bit of logic was there. So let us see the first question that we have, memory-based questions. So this is a question from auto transformer, a straightforward question. A 15 kVA 2-winding transformer was given, and then it is converted into an auto transformer as 1.32 kV by 1.1 kV. Then what is the rating of the auto transformer is the question. Okay. So for example, if you look at the 2-winding transformer, one side it was 1100 volt, the other side it was equal to 220 volt. Correct? Okay. And let's assume these are the dot polarities. And its VA rating. The VA rating of the 2-winding transformer was equal to 15 kVA. Now this is converted into auto transformer with these ratings, 1.32 kV by 1.1 kV. Okay. So 1.32 means it is definitely addition of these two voltages. Okay. So this is how the auto transformer, just a moment. Yes. So here is going to be the input. Both voltages are being added. So it is series additive polarity. So the input will be 1320 volt, that is 1.32 kilovolt. Understand? And output is 1.1 kV. Let's say output was taken here, that is 1100 volt. Okay. So this is the auto transformer. What is the VA rating of auto transformer? We know direct formula. VA rating of auto transformer is equal to 1 by 1 minus k times of VA rating of 2-winding transformer, right? So to find out the answer, first we have to find out the value of k here. What is the K formula in auto transformer? It is LV by HV of auto transformer, right? So K is equal to LV by HV. For auto transformer, what is the low voltage? 1100, high voltage 1320. So it is 1100 by 1320, correct? Once you know value K, you can easily find out the VA rating. Okay, just a moment. Okay, so I'm adding empty pages because I have to solve the problems, right? Okay. So now, once you know K value, so the VA rating of auto transformer would be, yes. So the VA rating of auto transformer would be 1 by 1 minus K is 1100 by 1320 into VA rating of 2 winding transformer was 15 kV. So if we solve it, probably we will get the answer equal to 90 kV, right? All right, just to verify, let's verify using the calculator. So it was 1320 divided by 20 minus 1100 into 15. Yes, 90 kVA is the answer. It's a straightforward question. At AE level exams, even at GATE 1 mark level exams, we will usually discuss this. Okay. All right. So next we have another question. This is a question from double cage induction motor, which we call it as a special motor usually. And usually at GATE level exam, we don't get questions from double cage induction motors or special motors. But this year we have a question in the 1 mark model. Okay, you can find, I discussed a double cage induction motor in YouTube. Okay, in special motors category, stepper motor, double cage induction motor, all special motors I discussed. You will find it very easy question. Which one of the following is the correct answer with respect to double cage induction motor? And actually, I think this question was given as a MSQ question. Okay, I didn't remember exactly. Let me get my paper. These guys. సరిగ్గా టైప్ చేయి just a moment guys. I'm just verifying. I thought it is a MSQ question. Okay, no, this is MCQ question only. I have the question written in paper. So which one of the following is correct about double cage induction motor? See, first of all, what is meant by double cage induction motor? Usually in a normal squirrel cage induction motor, one of the main disadvantages is starting torque is usually very, very low. Why? Because we cannot add additional resistance into rotor. That's why starting torque is very low. Therefore, in order to improve the starting torque of squirrel cage motor, we will go for this double cage construction. Okay, see, in a double cage construction, what happens is, imagine this is the stator part of the machine. Okay, so inside this we used to have the rotor, but this rotor will have 2 cages. Okay, like rather than single cage, there will be 2 cages. So this is known as inner cage and this is known as outer cage. Okay, usually the names. Now this inner cage will have more cross-sectional area and outer cage will have a less cross-sectional area. Okay, so normally what happens, we know the equivalent circuit of induction motor. If I draw the rotor equivalent circuit of induction motor, this is the equivalent circuit, right? This is rotor voltage E2, rotor resistance R2 by S, rotor reactance X2. And this is going to be the rotor current I2. Now there are 2 conditions we are going to discuss. First one is starting condition. We all know that at the time of starting, what is slip equal to 1. The moment you replace slip is equal to 1 here, then what are the only elements you have? R2 and X2. And we all know that usually we will design windings to have a low resistance or high resistance, low resistance. When R2 is very, very low, at the time of starting, what will be the effective equivalent circuit? Yes, this is R2, this is X2 because slip equal to 1. Okay, now which value can be neglected here? Yes, at the time of starting, slip equal to 1, this is R2, this is X2, who is very small. Usually resistance is very small compared to reactance. Therefore, R2 can be neglected. If R2 is neglected, what is the only parameter available? X2. Therefore, the starting current formula will be now equal to E2 divided by X2. Okay, E2 divided by X2. Therefore, you can understand starting current is inversely proportional to leakage reactance. And remember, according to this equation, out of these two cages, which cage conductor will carry more current? The conductor having less leakage reactance. If leakage reactance is less, automatically it will carry more starting current. Okay, and out of this inner cage and outer cage, usually outer cage will have less leakage reactance. Outer cage will have less leakage reactance. This outer cage will have less leakage. Why it will have less leakage? Because the outer cage is very near to air gap. As it was very near to air gap, air will not allow much flow of flux. Therefore, its leakage is very less. As leakage was very less, more starting current will flow through outer cage. Okay, so therefore, more starting current will flow through outer cage. More starting current through outer cage. Okay, that means what? Less starting current will be through inner cage. Less starting current, that is through inner cage. Okay, and also we all know that starting torque is directly proportional to rotor resistance only. Okay, which cage is carrying more starting current? Outer cage was carrying more starting current. Therefore, the effective resistance of rotor is due to outer cage at the time of starting. And outer cage is designed using less cross-sectional area or more cross-sectional area? Less cross-sectional area. What is the formula for resistance of any conductor? Can I say resistance is equal to rho L by cross-sectional area? As outer cage is having less cross-sectional area, it will offer more resistance. Therefore, the resistance, the rotor resistance due to outer cage is more. Okay, if rotor resistance is more, starting torque will be more. So therefore, final observation is the advantage with double cage construction is we can create higher rotor resistance. Thereby, higher starting torque is possible. And this higher starting torque is due to outer cage or inner cage? Outer cage, because outer cage was carrying more starting current. So therefore, if you look at the options, look at first option in the question. In the question, the first option is at starting. At starting, larger portion of current flows through outer cage. Yes, this is a correct statement. That is what we concluded, right? Larger portion of current will flow through outer cage, more starting current. As it is a MCQ question, only one option is correct, and here option A is correct. That means all remaining three options are wrong only. Let us verify. Okay, what is option B? The purpose is to reduce the effective rotor resistance. Actually, effective rotor resistance is reduced or increased? Increased. How rotor resistance is increased? Because the outer cage is having less cross-sectional area. Less cross-sectional area will offer higher resistance. Because of that higher resistance only, starting torque is increased, right? Therefore, statement B is wrong. Look at the third statement. At rated speed. Okay, let's leave rated speed. First discuss about starting. At starting, more current is in inner cage. This is a wrong statement, right? We just concluded the inner cage will carry less starting current. Outer cage will carry more starting current. Now, the only thing we have to verify is the third statement. Third statement is a starting condition or running condition. It is rated speed condition. Rated speed means running condition. And we all know that in the equivalent circuit, running condition means slip is very, very low because usually under running condition, NR is very near to NS. So slip is very low. If slip is very low, R2 by S is very high compared to X2. Therefore, under running condition, X2 is negligible. Okay. At running condition, X2 is negligible. If X2 is negligible, what is the only thing available in the rotor circuit? R2 by S only. This is the current under running condition. So what is the formula for running condition current now? Running condition is equal to S into E2 by R2. Therefore, under running condition, the magnitude of current is inversely proportional to rotor resistance. Therefore, which cage will carry more current? Yes, running condition current will be more in the cage having less resistance. Out of these two cages, who will have less resistance? Less resistance means more cross-sectional area, that is inner cage. Inner cage is having more cross-sectional area, therefore it will have less resistance. Because it is having less resistance, more running current will flow through inner cage winding. So inner cage winding will carry more running current. So at rated speed, rotor current will flow in inner cage, not in outer cage. Under running condition, rotor current will flow through inner cage. At a starting condition, rotor current will flow through outer cage. Okay. So this is a quick discussion. If you wanted to learn detailed discussion about a double cage induction motor, you go through my YouTube video. It was there in the electrical machines playlist of Home Institute channel. Okay. Right. So finally, only statement A is correct. This is a 1 mark question. All right. Then we have another 1 mark question. Very simple question. A certain application requires power at a frequency of 16.67 Hz, while the available grid frequency was 50 Hz. During a synchronous generator is used. Number of poles in generator and motor will be, see, the point here is that a grid is available having a 50 Hz frequency, but I wanted to convert that 50 Hz to 16.67 Hz using a synchronous generator. That means what? There is a synchronous motor with us. This motor will take that 50 Hz supply from the grid and it will drive a synchronous generator. And this synchronous generator has to produce an output frequency of 16.67 Hz. This is the overall observation. There are two machines, synchronous motor and synchronous generator. So both machines are mechanically coupled to each other. Okay, then that means, can I say both machines will rotate at the same speed? Therefore, 120 F by P in a synchronous motor is equal to 120 F by P in a synchronous generator. Because synchronous machines will rotate only at one speed known as synchronous speed. But in a motor, what is the frequency? 50 Hz. I don't know the number of poles. This is the number of poles in a motor. In a generator, what is the frequency? 16.67. I don't know how many poles are there in generator. And if you cross multiply this relation, 120 will cancel on both sides. Therefore, motor poles divided by generator poles will be equal to 50 divided by 16.67. Am I correct? What is this ratio? This ratio will be equal to 3. Indirectly 3 by 1. You can use calculator. 50 by 16.67, that is equal to 3. Therefore, according to this ratio, motor must have 3 poles, generator must have 2 poles. But we all know number of poles is always even number or odd number? Even number. Therefore, what I will do, this ratio 3 by 1, I will just multiply with 2 and divide with 2. Then what will be the ratio become? 6 by 2. That means synchronous motor must have 6 poles, synchronous generator must have 2 poles. Therefore, the answer is, for generator, it will be 2 poles. For motor, it will be 6 poles. Therefore, 2, 6 is the answer. Simple. A grid is there with 50 Hz frequency, and we have to convert that 50 Hz frequency to 16.67 Hz. Therefore, using that 50 Hz, a synchronous motor is supplied, and that synchronous motor will drive the generator to generate the required frequency. So the answer will be generator 2 poles and motor 6 poles. I hope You are answering in the chat box also. It is not 6 comma 2 guys, it is 2 comma 6. Okay, right. They are asking generator poles and motor poles. All right. Next we have another simple question from transformers subject again. This is actually, I think, a 2 marks question. Is it 2 marks or 1 mark? Let's verify. Written on papers. I didn't remember exactly. I think this is 1 mark question only. Okay, anyway, you see that there was a transformer, 220 volt by 12 volt single phase transformer is designed for 100 volt ampere 50 hertz. It is this is in India. I have not written the question completely. In India, its voltage rating was 220 by 12 and frequency rating was 50. Then this transformer was shifted to United States, USA. They are using this at 110 volt, 6 at 60 hertz. Remember, this is MSQ question. Okay, right. Now the point is, which of the following statements are going to be correct? So the point is simple. In the first case, supply voltage was 220, frequency was 50 hertz. This is in India. Only primary side I am considering. But once it is shifted to USA, the primary voltage becomes 110, frequency becomes 60. That is second case. Voltage is 110, frequency was 60 hertz. Okay, this is in USA, case number 2. Therefore, voltage rating and frequency rating both were modified. So the first thing that will come into our mind is about no load current. No load current will be reduced. That is given in the problem. Is it correct or not? Can I say no load current is combination of two currents, IW and I mu. Straightforward formula for I mu, magnetizing current. Magnetizing current will be equal to voltage by magnetizing reactance, correct? What is the formula for magnetizing reactance? 2 pi F into L. According to this relation, magnetizing current is directly proportional to V by F ratio. Okay. So in the first case, what is V by F ratio? 220 by 50. The second case, V by F ratio was 110 by 60. So V by F ratio increased or decreased? Definitely decreased. Correct or not? In the first case, V by F ratio was 220 by 50. 220 by 50 means it was 4.4. In the second case, V by F ratio 110 by 60, that is 1.83. So as V by F ratio is reduced, magnetizing current decreases. That is the first conclusion. Next, what about loss component current? Loss component current will depend upon losses, because we know iron losses in a transformer is equal to voltage into IW, correct? From this, IW is equal to iron loss by voltage. Again, iron losses are two types. One is hysteresis loss, another one is eddy current loss divided by voltage. I will continue. In this given question, V by F ratio was constant or variable? First case V by F ratio 220 by 50, second case 110 by 60, therefore V by F ratios are unequal. V1 by F1 ratio was unequal to V2 by F2 ratio. As V by F ratios are unequal, what is the formula for hysteresis loss? C into V square by F, eddy current loss D into V square divided by V. Correct or not? Actually, it is V power 1.6 into F power minus 0.6, so approximately V square by F. You can take V common and cancel it, right? Then what is the final equation? I will go to the next page. So IW will be equal to C into V by F plus D into V. Here C and D are constants, right? But what happens to voltage in this question? 220 becomes 110. That means voltage is reduced. First thing. Okay. Next, what about frequency? 50 becomes 60. Therefore, frequency is increased. See, numerator values are decreasing. denominator values are increasing. Is it not IW is going to decrease now? IW decreases. Therefore, observations are simple. Magnetizing current decreases. Loss component current IW also decreases. If magnetizing current IW both decreases, indirectly no load current will also decrease. Therefore, first statement is correct. The no load current will be decreased. Now, what about second statement? For the same load current, the losses would be higher. They are saying losses will increase. But we just observed, they said for the same load current. When I say same load current, copper losses will be constant. About second statement. Copper loss constant. Why? Same current. Okay. But what about iron loss? We have just observed iron loss is equal to hysteresis loss plus eddy current loss. Both losses will decrease, right? If you are confusing, I'll write down. Hysteresis loss will decrease because it is C into V square by F. Eddy current loss will decrease because this is D into V square. What happens to voltage in this question? Decreases. Frequency increases. Therefore, hysteresis loss will decrease. Voltage decreases. Eddy current loss will decrease. Therefore, total iron loss decreases. Iron loss decreases. Copper loss is the same, but iron loss decreases. That means what about overall loss? Decrease. Therefore, higher loss is a wrong statement. They have given losses will increase, but actually losses are going to decrease. Next one. The eddy current loss in the core would be approximately 44% high. This is wrong. We just concluded eddy current loss is also decreasing, right? As voltage decreases, eddy current loss will also decrease. Fourth statement. The peak magnetic flux density would be higher. What is meant by peak magnetic flux density? Bm. We know in transformer, Bm is directly proportional to V by F ratio. What happened to V by F ratio in this question? V by F ratio reduces, right? 220 by 50 becomes 110 by 60. V by F ratio reduces. As V by F ratio reduces, magnetic flux density will also reduce. That means fourth statement is also wrong. Therefore, only one statement is correct here. That is option A. The usual conclusion is confusion is students assume that MSQ means more than one statement is correct. But here only one statement is correct, guys. Only one statement is correct. Please understand that. Okay. Only statement A was correct. All the statements were not wrong or not correct. Okay. Yes. Clear? Simple question. Now, let's see, we have one more question. I think this is a 2 marks question. They made a mistake. This is 2 marks question, not 1 mark question. This is 2 marks question. This is a question from induction motors. Okay, read the problem. A balanced 3-phase supply is given to 30 kilowatt 4-pole 400 volt 50 hertz induction motor with the star connected stator as well as rotor. This is stator as well as rotor. The motor is driving a constant torque load. This is the most important data. Okay. Initially, it was rotating at 1476 RPM. Later, an extra resistance is added into rotor. How much extra resistance is added? 0.27 per phase was added, so that speed is reduced to 1404 RPM. So what is the rotor resistance in the problem? Okay, simple question. Let's see. First, calculate a slip in the first case. Slip is equal to ns minus nr by ns. For 4-pole 50 hertz, what is the ns is equal to 1500 RPM, right? 1500 minus, what is the rotor speed in the first case? 1476 by 1500. This is the slip in the first case. Let me calculate. 1500 minus 1476 divided by 1500. 0.016. In the second case, extra resistance is added so that speed is reduced to 1404 RPM. Okay. Therefore, 1500 minus 1404 by 1500. This is a slip in the second case. So 0.064. Okay, remember the second case was happened after adding the extra resistance. But important data that was given in the question is torque is constant. What is the formula for torque? Torque is equal to 3 by omega s into E2 square divided by R2 by S whole square plus X2 square into R2 by S. In this equation, torque is a constant value. Omega s is constant, no change in frequency. Voltage was constant. Also, there is no information about R2 X2 value, right? But we know induction motor will operate on a linear zone or non-linear zone, linear zone. And we know in the linear zone, R2 by S is very high compared to X2 square. Therefore, X2 square can be neglected. We usually study this in regular class, right? If X2 square is neglected, one R2 by S will cancel. Then slip will go to the numerator. Therefore, S and R2 both are directly proportional. Just one R2 by S will cancel, S will go to the numerator, cross multiply, S and R2 are directly proportional. From this, S1 by S2 is equal to, what is S1, what is S2? S1 is the first case before adding the resistance. S2 is the second case after adding the resistance. Before adding the resistance in rotor, we have only R2. But after adding the resistance, it is R2 plus R external. If I continue, what is S1 we got? 0.016. S2 0.064 is equal to R2 we don't know, but R external we know 0.27, and the only unknown is R2. Cross multiply, you will get R2. That is the original rotor resistance. Okay, so how much we get? 0.09, correct. This is a worth of 1 mark only, but they have given this question for 2 marks. Okay, simple question. Torque is constant. Everybody should understand that induction motor will operate in the linear zone. In the linear zone, R2 by S value is very high compared to X2 because slip is very small, right? As a slip is very small, R2 by S will be much higher than X2. So X2 square can be neglected. Therefore, R2 and S will be directly proportional. Okay. Many questions of this model we usually solve in exam, regular classroom. This is a 2 marks problem. Yes, R2 is 0.09, correct answer. Okay. Okay, so we have one more question, guys. That is a question from clock diagram. Okay, I will directly draw that question. Let me draw that question directly. But this is a special clock diagram. See that? Okay. This is also a 2 marks question. Let's see how to answer this. A delta by delta transformer was given. Just a moment. Okay. A delta by delta transformer was given. This is phase A winding, phase B winding, and phase C winding. These are the dot polarities. And this is how the connection was followed on primary side. These are line A, line B, line C. This is the primary side delta. Coming to secondary, secondary is also a delta connection. Okay, these are the dot polarities given, and the connections are like these are the line terminals ABC. Just a moment, please. Okay, so what is the clock diagram for this? Options are given DD0, DD6, DD10, DD4 like that. Okay, so normally we know that usually dot polarity, wherever dot polarity was mentioned, we usually take it as suffix number 2. Wherever undot polarity was there, we will usually mention it as suffix number 1. Okay, so in order to make the diagram easy, so this is A2, A1, B2, B1, C2, C1. Secondary side also dot is mentioned with suffix A, sorry, suffix 2. A2, A1, B2, B1, C2, C1. Now how to draw the clock diagram? First to follow the primary. We know delta, that too ABC sequence was given in the problem. It was mentioned in the problem with respect to ABC sequence. ABC sequence means the first voltage will be always drawn from line A to line B. See, this is line A and this is line B. If I draw a dotted line between these two, it is passing through which phase winding? Phase A. That is the first vector in the delta. What is the starting terminal? A2. Therefore, this is A1. This is indirectly phase A on primary. Now, this A1 was directly connected to B2. So, this A1 was directly connected to B2. That means this is B1, this is phase B. I am just following ABC sequence, that to delta. Delta is like a triangle. Next, B1 was connected to C2. This B1 terminal was connected to C2. Therefore, this is going to be C1. This is primary phase sequence ABC. The moment I have drawn the primary phasors, secondary phasors will be exactly in phase. Therefore, if this is a phase A on primary, secondary side also, this is going to be phase A on secondary. What is the top terminal? A2. Here also, top terminal is A2, bottom terminal is A1. This is a phase A on a secondary. Now, just to follow the connections, A2 was directly connected to B1. So, wherever A2 is there, that is also equal to B1. If you know where is B1, can I say B2 must go horizontally to the right side? This is going to be B2. This is a phase B on the secondary. Next, B2 was directly connected to C1. Therefore, this is also equal to C1. And if you know where is C1, C2 is just vertically in the downward direction. This is C2. This is a phase C on the secondary. But what is meant by clock diagram? The clock diagram is just to find out phase angle difference between phase voltages or line voltages. Line voltages. We can take any line voltage, either VAB or VBC or VCA. To make things easy, always I suggest to students to take VBC, line voltage, as reference, right? So for example, if I take VBC voltage, look at here, this is BC, VBC. B means what? B2, C means C2. Search. This is B2, this is C2. This is the primary line voltage, VBC. VBC means B is the higher potential, guys. B means B2, so arrow mark should be on B2 side. This is the primary line voltage. Secondary side also select the same line voltage VBC. What is B? B is equal to B2, C is equal to C2. Search where is B2, C2 on the secondary side. B2 was here, okay? C2 was here, this is C2. So therefore, this is the secondary line voltage, VBC. Now I have to find the angle between primary line voltage and secondary line voltage. Okay, if I just shift this here, this is a secondary line voltage, guys. This is the primary line voltage, capital VBC. What is the angle between these two? Yes, come on. How much will be? This is exactly 60 degrees. How do I know that is 60 degrees? Because this is a triangle, right? In triangle, the two all sides are equal. That means every angle is 60 degrees. 60 degrees. Okay. Now I just need the angle between this horizontal phasor and this phasor. What is this angle going to be? That is also going to be 60 degrees, right? This is going to be 60 degrees. If that is 60, this is also 60. Okay. So I'll go to the next page. This is the primary line voltage. And this is a secondary line voltage VBC, and the angle between these two is 60. And we know in clock diagram, primary line voltage is always the minutes handle, and minutes handle will be always along 12 in the clock. If this is a 12, what about this one? 60 degrees difference. 60 degrees difference means this is 10 o'clock exactly. We know in a clock, primary line voltage is the minutes handle, that will be along 12. And this is 10, between 10 and 12, there will be 60 degrees angle. This is the secondary line voltage. Therefore, the connection is DD 10 o'clock. But we will never use this 10 o'clock diagram in practice. In practice, there are only two groups of transformers we have. One is 0 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Another one, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock. But 10 o'clock is not a group that we will practically use in the transformers, only theoretical connection this is. We don't use it practically. That's why it's a 2 marks question. I know most of the students might have selected 0 or 6 as their answers without drawing the diagram. But the correct answer is 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Correct or not? Okay. There will be 60 degrees between these two. This angle will be 60, guys. See, this is a horizontal phasor. I just need the angle between this horizontal phasor and this secondary line VBC, and this angle will be 60. This is 60. Okay. It's a good question, I must say. Okay. Because 10 o'clock is usually we don't, practice in practical power system. In practical power system, what are the only clocks we will get? 0, 6, 1, 11, 5, 7. This is group 1 and this is group 2. Only in special cases, these kind of connections we will normally use. Okay. So this is 10 o'clock connection. DD 10 o'clock. Right. Okay, that's all, guys. These are the questions we have from, I think one more question is there. That is from V inverted V curve of synchronous machines. Let me discuss that question also. I have that question with me. That's a simple question actually. That was given for 1 mark. Let me complete that question also for you. Okay. See, the question is, there is a synchronous generator connected to infinite bus bar. And delivering a current to this bus bar and delivering a power of 50 megawatt. Most importantly, it is operating at unity power factor. This is the given data. Now question is, what happens if the excitation increases? If excitation increases. They said the excitation increases, but there is no information about steam input. That means what? Steam input is constant. So see that, is it not constant steam input, variable excitation? When it is the case of constant steam input and variable excitation, are we not going to use V inverted V curves? Yes. If I use V curve is drawn between what and what? Armature current and field current. Okay. In a generator, this is unity power factor position. This is lagging power factor. This is leading power factor. We are already at which power factor? Unity power factor. We are already at this condition. Now what happens to excitation in the question? Excitation increases. Excitation increases means field current increases. If field current increases, are we not moving to right side of the curve? Right side of the curve means power factor becomes lagging. First answer, power factor becomes lagging. Okay. Second answer, from unity power factor, the moment I increase excitation, armature current value will also increase, right? Because V curve is drawn between armature current and excitation only. So when excitation increases, armature current increases. Therefore, the stator current IS increases. One more question is about load angle delta. What happens to load angle delta? Yes, I will try to write down here. So to answer about load angle delta, I will understand the steam input was constant. That means indirectly which power is constant? Active power is constant. What is the formula for active power? Active power P is equal to EF into VT by XS into sine delta. In this, active power is constant. Terminal voltage and XS were constants because the machine was connected to bus bar. Therefore, excitation voltage and load angle are inversely proportional. Therefore, load angle sine delta is inversely proportional to excitation. What was given in the question? Excitation increases, right? So the moment excitation increases indirectly, EF increases. EF increases means sine delta decreases. And we know sine delta will decrease only when delta decreases. Therefore, delta decreases. So this is the correct answer. Power factor will be lagging. Excitation increases, therefore armature current also increases. From V curve I am solving it. And load angle delta also decreases. Okay. Right. So everything that you see in this particular question paper, everything is in our classroom notes. Okay, except that special machine question. And special machines I discussed in the YouTube video already. I request you to watch that. Those who have not covered, usually students will study. I'll show you that video also. Double cage induction motor. Just go through YouTube. Just go through Home Institute. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keyboard రావట్లేదు. Okay, just go through it. Just type Home Institute double cage induction motor. Yes. So here you have. Just go through this video. You will understand what is top layer, what is bottom layer, everything in detailed manner. Okay. All right. So how current will flow, how torque is created, how characteristics, everything we discuss. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So with this, I am concluding this electrical machines discussion. Now Shankar sir will take from me, and sir will start with power electronics. Okay. Right. Okay. Sir, slightly create చేయాలి. Okay. సరిపోతాయి సార్ ఓకే అవ్వకపోతే ఒకసారి పీపీటీ బయటకు వచ్చి జస్ట్ యాడ్ స్లైడ్ అంతే ఓకే గైస్ సో ఐఎమ్ హ్యాండింగ్ ఓవర్ టు శంకర్ సార్ వైట్
Hello students, based on memory based questions, we will discuss what questions we collected from power electronics subject. Now here is the question. It's a very easy question, and this question is repeating from the last 3-4 years. So this question is, voltage equation is given. So this is a 1 mark question. Source voltage equation is given. Vs is equal to 325 sine of 100 pi t in volt. That means this is a fundamental component, and the current drawn by the source is given 12 sine of 100 pi t plus 9 into sine of 300 pi t in ampere. So by using these two data points, we need to find out power factor. Find power factor. Suppose if you consider the circuit is some rectifier circuit or some converter, the input power factor will be the basic question here. So how to find power factor when the voltage is the fundamental component and current has harmonics? Power factor definition will be distortion factor multiplied with displacement power factor, where displacement power factor is nothing but
cosine of the phase angle between fundamental source voltage and fundamental source current. Therefore, first let us find out displacement power factor, that is cos 0 degree. Now, if you see here, fundamental voltage 100 pi t and fundamental current is also having same 100 pi t. That means the phase angle difference between the fundamental components is 0. Therefore, this value will be 1. Now, distortion factor is equal to RMS value of the fundamental component divided by RMS value of the overall source current. So this will give you 12 divided by root 2 will be RMS value of the fundamental component, and RMS value of the total current will be 12 divided by root 2 whole square. This is the fundamental RMS plus 9 divided by root 2 whole square. So this will give you 12 divided by root 2 in the numerator, and the denominator will be 12 square, that is 144 plus 81, that will be root 225 divided by root 2. So root 2 will get cancelled out. Therefore, power factor is equal to distortion factor 12 divided by under root 225. Displacement factor will be 1, and the numerical value, it will come around 0.8. So that is the answer. Now let us look into the another question. This is from rectifier circuit. So the circuit diagram given is, there is a sinusoidal voltage source and there is a diode here and a resistor and some battery is given. Battery voltage is 50 volt and this load resistance is 10 ohm, where source voltage is Vs. So what is Vs is given here. This Vs is equal to 100 sine of 100 pi t. This is a pure sinusoidal. Input voltage to any rectifier circuit is pure sinusoidal. Now what you have to calculate, find average value of diode current. Find average value of diode current. So whoever attended my power electronics lectures at Ohm Institute, this is a quite common question in the uncontrolled rectifier topic. Now let us look into solution for this. So in this case, first you have to find theta value. The expression for theta value will be sine inverse E divided by Vm. So that will be sine inverse, E means load side EMF, Vm means peak value of the sinusoidal input voltage, that is 100 given. So sine inverse 1 by 2, that will give you pi by 6 radian. Now average value of diode current, which is the same as average value of output current. So just for the clarity, let us write down integration first. 1 by pi integration from theta to pi minus theta. In case of uncontrolled rectifier with the RE load, the diode will conduct from theta to pi minus theta, and the expression for the current will be Vm sin omega t minus E divided by R. Integration with respect to x-axis, that will be omega t, d omega t. Therefore, you will get 1 by 2 pi R. By simplifying this, it will be 2 Vm cos theta minus E into pi minus 2 theta. Now let us substitute the data points. 1 by 2 pi into the load resistance is 10 ohm, 10. 2 into Vm is peak value of the sinusoidal input, that is 100, into pi by 6. So cos pi by 6 will be root 3 by 2 minus E value is 50 into pi minus 2 into pi by 6. 2 into pi by 6. So this value, numerical value, you will get around 1.09 ampere. 1.09 ampere. So that is the answer for this question. So total from power electronics question, as per our information, we have 4 1 mark questions and 2 2 marks questions. So total the weightage was around 4 plus 4, I think 4 plus 6. There are three 2 marks questions. So 4 plus 6, it is around 10 marks. So power electronics is important not only for gate exam, even post gate exam also, for MTech interviews, for admissions into IITs. It's a very important. So once after this gate exam, don't stop your preparation, especially power electronics, power systems and electrical machines. So I will suggest you to continue the preparation. All right, now let us go to the next question. The next question is based on a boost converter. So here I will not write complete description. I will just draw the circuit diagram. There is a boost converter circuit given here. First, let us draw the circuit diagram itself. Input voltage to this boost converter is VDC, and inductance value is not given. And here there is a one MOSFET switch is given. And here there is the diode. This is a diode, capacitor and resistor. Now in this there is an inductor current symbol is given here. Here there is an inductor current of IL, and the data points are capacitance value is 500 microfarad and resistor value is 10 ohm. Resistor value is 10 ohm. Now apart from this data, inductor current waveform is also given here. X-axis is given in microsecond. So inductor current is given like this. Now this is a 20 microsecond. This is a 10 microsecond. The peak value of this inductor current is the 6 ampere. Now what is the statement given here? Let me read it. There is a boost converter circuit given. Assume the semiconductor devices are ideal. That means the switch and the diode are ideal. In the steady state, the inductor current rises linearly from 0 to 6 ampere in the first 10 microsecond and then falls linearly from 6 ampere to 0 in the next 10 microsecond, like that for every switching cycle. The load resistance is of 10 ohm and the capacitance is of 500 microfarad. Now, by neglecting the ripple in the output voltage, that means assume the capacitor is large, sufficiently large to maintain the output voltage to be approximately constant. With this assumption, what is the input voltage? So, the question is finally find input voltage, that is the VDC. Find VDC. Now, let us do the solution. By just observing the input, the inductor current of this boost converter, straight away we can say that the boost converter is operating in the boundary condition. The given waveform clearly will tell you that boundary condition. So under boundary condition, you can say average value of the inductor current is equal to this 6 ampere divided by 2. So this will give you, or else I can simply draw average value of inductor current. This is IL, which is a half of that peak value. Okay, so that will be simply 3 ampere. But in boost converter, the relationship is IL is equal to I naught divided by 1 minus D. Therefore, average output current will be average inductor current 3 into 1 minus duty cycle ratio. So from this waveform, what is the duty cycle ratio? 10 by 20. So total cycle time, you can understand it is a 20 microsecond. Therefore, D will be 10 by 20. In other words, 1 by 2 means 0.5. So 1 minus 0.5, it will give you 1.5 ampere. That is the average value of inductor current. After this, if you calculate average output voltage, you can say I naught into R. 1.5 into 10, that will give you 15 volt. That will give you 15 volt. So, but we want what is the input voltage in boost converter for continuous conduction and boundary condition. You can use this relationship. V0 is equal to VDC divided by 1 minus D. Therefore, input voltage VDC is equal to V0 we got 15 into 1 minus D, where D value is 0.5. So this is equal to 7.5 volt. So this is a MCQ question. This is MCQ question. It is a answer will be 7.5 volt. So just right question. It is also very simple. Even power electronics questions, I feel it's not that much difficult as the students used to scare. Now let us move to the next question. This is from inverters topic, single phase inverters. So a voltage source inverter circuit is given like this. So this is a voltage source inverter circuit is given, and the load is given as pure inductor. The load is given as a pure inductor. Now, what is the question here? Apart from this, output current waveform also given. Output current waveform is also given. So that is the for voltage source inverter, when the load is pure inductor, output current waveform is, you can easily say that it is the triangular waveform. Okay. Now this is I naught 5 ampere. Just a minute. 5 ampere and minus 5 ampere. So this peak value is 5, negative peak is minus 5, and this one, this is a 10 microsecond, and here it is a 20 microsecond. Now what is the question here? Find the RMS value of the switch 1. Now as per the standard notation, we can say this is S1, this is a S4, this is a S3, this is a S2. Now here I don't get the data properly. So find the RMS value of S1. Suppose if S1 only asked, one way of doing the question, if RMS value of this complete module, RMS value of the first module. So it's a memory based question. Until I see the original question paper, I can't comment on this. But let us see that the question is by assuming RMS value of this entire module. Okay. So based on that, I can say in this case, D1 will conduct, here S1 will conduct. Suppose if I find RMS value of the entire module, RMS value of the entire module. So RMS value of a first module, let me write like this. RMS value of the first module. This is the question. Okay, I get the question, not a correct question. As long as we see the question statement, we may not comment on this. So suppose if it is RMS value of first module, 0 to 5 microsecond D1 will conduct, and 5 microsecond to 10 microsecond S1 will conduct. In that case, suppose if you find let us say IRMS square. So this will be a triangular waveform, minus 5 whole square by 3, magnitude square by 3 into function duration will be 5 divided by total cycle time, that is a 20 microsecond. Okay, micro not required, both the numerator and denominator it will get cancelled out. And from this 5 microsecond to 10, 5 square by 3 into 5 divided by 20. So this will be 5 square by 3, 25 by 3 into 5 by 20 means 1 by 4, 1 by 4 2 times. So this will be 2 by 4. So this is 25 by 3 into 1 by 2. Therefore, IRMS will be 5 divided by root 6. 5 divided by root 6. This will just around 2.04 ampere. 2.04 ampere. Still, I am suspecting the original question statement can be what is the RMS value of that S1 alone. If RMS value of S1 alone, you just need to take only this particular component and then take a root of that. Okay, so once final paper came out, then at the time we will review this question again. All right, so these are the power electronics questions I found so far. My colleague will take up the next question. Please be online. We'll see. ఎవరు వస్తారు నెక్స్ట్? అయిపోయాయి పవర్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ అయిపోయినాయి. ఓ అయితే పీపీటీ ఏమన్నా అందులో, కానీ నేనైతే అన్ని రాసి చెప్పేశాను. Just a minute, guys. Next power system subject, Giri sir will take care.
Okay. Yeah, dear students. So welcome to power system subjects. From power system area, if you really look, so this year actually good number of questions given from power system. 5 questions, 2 marks questions, and 2 questions, 1 mark questions. I can say all questions are not easy. Moderate questions. It's not tough questions and moderate questions. Now, even if you see the topic wise, from T&D only 1 question given, right? And analysis, if you see power system analysis, fault analysis, okay, from one fault analysis that includes what? Symmetrical components, sequence networks, etc., etc. From that part, 1 question given, and load flow analysis, 1 2 mark question given and 1 mark question given, and economic load dispatch, 1 question is given, that is for 2 marks, and protection, 1 2 mark question is given. Very simple question. You don't need to study the protection to answer that question. One you have a basic knowledge on what electrical engineering can answer the question. I'll explain that. No need to worry. So that's how. So from PS3, surprisingly 4 marks given. 1 2 mark questions from power system protection, 1 2 mark question from economic load dispatch. Every time I used to say in the class, when you are preparing for PS3, at least prepare for economic load dispatch, definitely 1 question. And that question also simple but lengthy. Okay, simple question but lengthy question. All right. So, and analysis part, if you notice, 2 mark question. Okay, from load flow analysis. 1 mark question also given from load flow analysis. That is on what? Bus classification. And from Y bus with phase shifting transformers. I used to say in the classroom, you need to go through this 20 minutes video. Okay, that is available in YouTube. From there, definitely there is a chance of getting a question. Okay, so directly from the topic only the question was given. So we'll see one by one all the questions, right? Yeah. So let's see this question. Give me a moment. Yeah. So let's see this question. A system with 2 generators G1 and G2 given. So this is a question given from economic dispatch with power loss. So very rarely question will be given from economic dispatch with power loss. Even I told this in the classroom. IIT Guwahati means generally they will concentrate on untapped areas. So this is the best example for that. Till now, if you see in the gate history, there is no question is given from economic load dispatch with power loss. Generally questions from what? Economic load dispatch without power loss. But this is a question surprisingly from economic load dispatch with power loss. But go with the fundamentals, you will get the answer. I told you economic load dispatch means only 2 equations. Generation equal to demand plus loss. Lambda equal to L1 IC1 equal to L2 IC2. Believe these 2 equations, you will get the answer. Nothing great here. Okay. Some data is given here just to create some ambiguity in the question. So what you need to focus here? Yes, the total demand is 1184. That means 1184. Okay, so no need to think about this. Anyway, cost functions of 2 generators are given. Power loss equation is given. Lambda is given. And he's asking what is the total power loss in the system in megawatt. How to calculate the power loss? By seeing this equation. You need to calculate P2. Once you calculate P2, you substitute here, you will get the answer. But how to calculate P2? For that, lambda equal to L2 into IC2. That is the only equation, nothing else. Very simple question. See how to solve this. Now lambda is what now? L2 into IC2. What is this IC2? Incremental cost. What is this L2? Yes, some more steps are required here. So first let's concentrate on L2. L2 means what? 1 by 1 minus dou PL by dou P2. You know, you have idea about what is L2. L2 is called penalty factor of unit 2. So to get the minimum fuel cost solution, to get the optimum generation schedule, the product of penalty factor and incremental cost should be same for all the units. That is equal to lambda. That's what I'm saying. Lambda equal to L1 IC1, L2 IC2, L3 IC3 up to so on, Ln ICN. That is what the coordination equation. So you just believe the coordination equation. Lambda value given. L2 I can evaluate. IC2 I can evaluate. First you have to do that. So what is dou PL by dou P2? First of all, dou PL by dou P2. You need to differentiate PL with P2. So differentiation with P2. What is PL equation given? So I'll go back. PL equation given what? 0.001 into P2 minus 50 whole square. 0.001 into P2 minus 50 whole square. Yes or not? Let's evaluate this. Okay, you need to evaluate this. Okay, so first of all, let's write this as it is. .001 as it is. So this is a plus b whole square form. P2 square plus 50 square. Yes or not? Minus 100 P2. Without doing this a plus b whole square also you will get the answer, but just for clarity I am doing like this. So this is the constant 0.01 as it is I am writing. Yes. Then 2P2. Bit lengthy question. Yes. This is the only question which is bit lengthy. There is one more question also that also bit lengthy. But if you go with the step by step, 100% you will get the correct answer. 0.001 into 2P2. Alright. Then differentiation of this will be 0. Then minus 100. Yes. 2P2 minus 100. That's it. Directly also you can do. Okay. So now if you see, if you take inside minus. Yes or not? Now, what is IC2? Differentiation of what? P2. Differentiation of C2 of P2 with respect to what? P2. So, what is the cost function for unit 2? 0.001 P square, 50 P2 plus 2000. If I differentiate this 0.002 P2 plus 50, directly I am writing. 0.002 P2 plus 50. I'm just differentiating this with P2. 0.002 P2 plus 50, right? 0.002 P2 plus 50. All right. Now you can substitute here. L2 is what now? Finally, I'm writing L2. 1 by 1 minus this. That means 1.1. 1 minus no? Directly I'm writing minus 0.002 P2. Careful while writing. Chalo. This is what L2. This is what IC2. The L2 IC2 product is equal to what? Okay. So in the next page, otherwise I can write here L2 IC2 product directly. And what is the value of lambda given? Just go back. The value of lambda is given 70.25. Yes or not? 70.25. 70.25 equal to what? L2. IC2. You do the cross multiplication. 70.25 into 1.1. .25 into 1.1, that will be 77.275. That is equal to, sorry, yeah, 77.275 minus again 70.25 into 0.02. Double 02, that is 0.1405. 1405 P2. All right. Now that is equal to on the right hand side 0.002 P2 plus what? 50. Okay. So now I can write 0.002 plus 0.1405. Yes or not? Zero 0.1425 P2, 0.1425 P2. That is equal to 77.275 minus 50, that is 27.275. Right. Now you calculate P2. 27.275. .275 divided with 0.1425. 191.403. As per the data, 191.403 megawatt. Now what is the question? Is asking to calculate the power loss. So power loss equation is already there. This is the power loss equation. Yes or not? Let's substitute. What is power loss? 0.001 into P2 we got 191.403 minus 50 whole square. 191.403 minus 50, that whole square,
into 0.0 or 99.95.
approximately Shankar sir is giving the answer 0.001, sir. It is 19.99, approximately 20 megawatt is the total power loss in the system. Okay, clear? Again, it's a simple question, directly fundamental question. Even Shankar sir used to comment me, what is there in economic load dispatch? Only two equations. Generation equal to demand and lambda equal to IC1 equal to IC2. Any question given, you try with these two, formulas, you will get the answer. This is economic dispatch without power loss. With power loss means, again, as per Sankeshwar language, generation equal to demand plus loss, one equation. Other equation is lambda equal to L1 IC1 equal to L2 IC. It's a gate question, sir. Shankar sir is surprising now. Is it a gate question or not? Yes, it is a gate question. It's given for 2 marks, my dear. It is a NAT question, I guess. Okay? Numerical answer type question only. Answer is what? 20 megawatt as per the data I remember. Okay? It's a very simple question, but bit time consuming. Yes, you need to spend at least 3 to 5 minutes to get the answer because calculations are involved, because you need to do the differentiation, right? Then you have to do some substitutions and solving the equations. So simple, that's it. Okay? Now, we'll move on to the next question. Again, this question is Y bus with phase shifting transformers. I used to say in the classroom that after completion of Y bus, okay, there is a question, there may be a chance of getting a question, Y bus with phase shifting transformer. Even I used to say that is an untapped area. Generally, questions are not given from what? Y bus with phase shifting transformers. Because whenever there is a phase shifting transformers are present, the system becomes, Y bus become what? Unsymmetric matrix. Even there is a video also uploaded in the YouTube channel, our Home Institute YouTube channel, there is a video. If you want, just now only you just type in YouTube Y bus with phase shifting transformers. Just that's it. Y bus with phase shifting transformer. You'll get that video. I'll show you that video also. Okay. So yeah, Y bus with phase shifting transformers in YouTube, because I need to directly copy that final expression. Okay. Let's see. See, this is what you can see. Y bus calculation with phase shifting transformer. Our system, Girisar Home Institute. See, why I'm saying this is, I used to discuss this in every classroom. Every time I used to take the power system analysis course, at the end, I used to say, this is an untapped area. Please watch the video. Even I used to say, the video length also approximately 20 minutes. Just to watch that, there is a chance of getting a question. Yes, we got a question from that area only. So, I'm not going to play the video. Just, I want to directly, I want to take this. See, generally in no institute this concept will be discussed, frankly speaking. Okay, even I am also not discussed this in the classroom, but I said that please watch this video. Even I forwarded this video in all groups, all our Telegram channel groups. Please watch the video. Okay, clear? Now at the end you see, see, this is the equation. Shankar sir is surprising. Is this you or not? Yes, this is Giri sir only. Okay. That time I was bit young. Okay. And now let's see. This is the equation. See, some people, I watched some videos before coming to this who solved this question. Some institutes, they not even know about what is tap ratio and what is transformation ratio. What is tap? See, some misleadings are there. What is given, you need to see clearly. Tap ratio is different, transformation ratio is different. Okay. See, I clearly explained transformation ratio N2 by N1. But that is not given in the problem. That is not given in the problem. Some people are directly taking transformation ratio N2 by N1. But tap ratio is what? N1 by N2. Tap ratio is given. Tap ratio is T. But I derived this with transformation ratio A. A equal to 1 by T. What is given is T, not A. You understand? Now I am going to copy this. Okay. This is what Y bus, right? Simple. Yeah, you just read the question also. A 3-phase 2-winding transformer has voltage transformation ratio is what? 0.866 plus J0.5. I told you in the classroom, generally if transformation ratio or tap ratio is what? Complex number means that is phase shifting transformer. Yes or not? Phase shifting transformer means what? Transformation ratio or tap ratio, whatever it may be. It should be a complex number. Yes, it is a complex number. If it is real number means what? It is a normal transformer. Okay, now it's a complex number. Okay, VP is the primary side voltage. VS is the secondary side voltage. The ratio between VP and VS is given. What is given here? VP by VS. What is this? T. Okay, but not A. Right? So, by seeing this, okay, clear? I'm going to explain you now. What is Y bus? All right, just once again, I'll go back to the question. So, yes, the original transformer as a leakage admittance is given, that is YT per unit. The leakage admittance of the transformer is what? YT per unit. Neglecting the magnetizing branch, Y bus represent of this. That means what is the Y bus for this? See, this is not a normal transformer. Normal transformer means very simple to calculate. Since it is a phase shifting transformer, so there is a calculation, and I'm going to once again show you that final equation. A into A conjugate into what? I said Y in the question YT, it is YK I took here. So I'm going to take that, the same equation now. Right. So what is given? T. T is what? 1 by A. What is given? That primary voltage by secondary voltage. What is given? 0.866 plus J0.5. You try this. This magnitude is what? 1. And phase angle is what? 30 degrees. Yes or not? So you may also say this is 1 at an angle 30 degrees. Okay. Now what is the Y bus for this? Direct equation. If you watch that video, it is direct equation. Okay, clear? So A into A conjugate into what? Y. But since it is given T equal to 1 by A, I am going to write in terms of what? T only. Okay. So 1 by T into what? T conjugate Y. Okay. YT. Now this is YT. This is a minus A means what? Okay, I need to write T now. YT by okay. Let me cross verify once. See, this is the equation, right? Yeah. Sure. That all I written because I substituted A equal to 1 by T here. Now let's find out. You'll get the answer. Okay. What is T into T conjugate? Tell me. That is what? Magnitude square. T into T conjugate. T is this. T conjugate is what? 1 at an angle minus 30. T into T conjugate means what? 1 at an angle 30 into 1 at an angle minus 30. So which is 1 only. Okay. So here YT only. So Y bus is what? YT here. Here minus YT by T conjugate means what? You need to write YT by T conjugate. 0.866 minus J0.5 minus YT by T. 0.866 plus J0.5. This is YT only. Now you remember with phase shifting transformers. I used to say in the class with phase shifting transformer, what happens? Y bus become unsymmetric. Yes. Is it a symmetric matrix? No. Okay, because this value not change. This value not same. Okay. So finally, what is the option? If you go back, the option is what? Okay. So as per this, option A, right or not? So option A is the correct answer for this. Just cross verify. I hope you got the correct answer. You solve this. All right. Now we'll see the next question. Yes. Again, this is a question given from load flow analysis only. and it is given for what? 1 mark. This is a 1 mark question. Previously we solved 2 mark questions. Both are, one is NEAT, one is what? MCQ question. Now this is also MCQ question. See, very simple here. Total number of buses are n. In that there are P generator buses, Q load buses. Oh, n equal to P plus Q, no doubt in that. Tell me, to calculate the size of the Jacobian, I told you clearly, simple thing. You should know number of PV buses and then what? Number of PQ buses. At number of PV buses, 1 unknown, that is delta. PQ buses, 2 unknowns, that is what? Delta and V. So that decides the size of Jacobian. Size of Jacobian means what? Number of PV buses plus 2 times the number of PQ buses. That's it. Cross, same. Number of PV buses plus 2 times the number of PQ buses. That's it. Because at PV buses, what? 1 unknown. It's because unknowns are what? V and delta in load flow analysis when it comes to what? NRLF method. So based on this you can solve. Number of PV buses are what? All the generator buses except one. Except one. Why that is 1? 1 bus is you need to dedicate to slack bus. Na? All the generator buses are PV buses but except one. Because a slack bus must be a what? Generator bus. So P generator buses, in that 1 you remove. So what is the answer for NPV? P minus 1. Plus, what is NPQ? All the load buses are what? PQ buses as per the data given. Because he has clearly mentioned in the data, if you clearly read. So there is no load bus having generation. Means it is a directly PV bus. And also it is given, no generator bus is violated its reactive power limit. Because if a generator bus violated reactive power limit, and it will be considered as what? PQ bus. You know already this. So straightforward question, simple question. So 2 times Q. Clear? This answer. But the answer is not directly given, right? This is the answer as per the data given. P minus 1 plus what? 2 times the Q. Yes, but which will satisfy this? So, in terms of n given, if you see, you replace what? N with what? P plus Q. Okay? N with what? P plus Q in every option. Okay? Otherwise, you try to find out n from here. P plus Q equal to n. Na? P plus Q equal to n. In that way also you can solve. Okay? Otherwise, the best way to solve, as per my opinion, is every option you replace n equal to P plus Q. If you replace n equal to P plus Q here, 2 times P plus Q in the first option. In option A, I am trying now. 2 times P plus Q minus 1 minus P. So what I get now? 2P minus P. P minus 1 plus 2Q. P minus 1 plus 2Q. It is satisfied. Option A, n I am replacing with what? P plus Q. And remaining options also you can do it. Definitely no option will satisfy this. Yes or not? So that's why the option is what? A. You understand now? So 2n minus P minus 1. Okay? Clear? I am replacing n equal to P plus Q because this is the original answer. Fine. But you need to what? Tune the options. You need to tune your final answer as per the options given in the exam. Okay? Clear? I hope this is also clear. Very simple question. These are given for 1 mark. As of now, these are the questions we got. But I remember one question. I will explain that. Yes. There is one question given that is in T&D. There are 2 cases are given. Okay. Case 1 actually is, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Case 1 and case 2 given. Case 1. There are 2 buses. This is V1 del theta 1, V2 theta 2. Okay. So here the values of V1 given 1.1 per unit, V2 given 0.9 per unit, theta 1 minus theta 2 given. That means the load angle difference between the buses given 0, and Z given, I remember this question, 0.75 at an angle 0 degrees. It's a purely resistive. Transmission line is purely resistive in this case. Because angle 0, na? What do you get now? No reactance, 0.5 plus what? J0. Resistance is there, reactance is what? 0. This is a case 1. And case 2 also given. What? Same network, same impedance, V1 theta 1, V2 theta 2, and V1 given 1.1 per unit, same V2 given 0.9 per unit, and theta 1 minus theta 2 in this case given 90 degrees. But you don't need to worry about this theta 1 minus theta 2. What is Z now? Given 0.75 at an angle 90 degrees. If that is the case, this is actually MSQ question given for 2 marks. MSQ question given for what? 2 marks. I'll give you the options also, no need to worry. Now, if this is the case, resistance part is 0, reactance part is what? 0.75. R0, X is what? 0.75. Now, what the options are given is, in this case 1 and case 2, he is asking to compare active power loss and reactive power loss. What is active power loss? Power loss is nothing but what? Active power loss means you should know the current. Magnitude of I square into R. What about reactive power loss? Magnitude of I square into what? X. Now tell me, do we have any active power loss in the first case? Yes, but no reactive power loss because X is what? 0. So in case 1, let me write the solution. P loss is there, but Q loss 0. Why Q loss 0? Because reactance is not there. In case 2, tell me, P loss is what? 0, but Q loss is what? Not equal to 0. Now, he is given the 4 options. P loss in case 1 greater than case 2. Okay, let me write the 4 options. P loss of case 2 greater than what? P loss 1. Now reverse. P loss of case 1 greater than P loss of 2. Option C. Q loss 1 greater than Q loss of 2. Option D. Q loss of 2 greater than Q loss of 1. Now you can give the answer now. So tell me, active power loss of case 1 is there, but case 2 0. That's fine. P loss of 1 greater than P loss of 2. This is correct. Then Q loss is there in case 2, but not there in case 1. So Q loss of 2 greater than Q loss of 1. Okay. MSQ question. 2 options are correct here. Okay. Clear? Maybe you think about what? So what about the current through the line? Definitely there is a current flowing through the line. Believe me. Why? Because there exists a magnitude of voltage difference. That's enough to drive the current from what? Bus 1 to bus 2. Here also there is a current flowing from bus 1 to bus 2. Okay, the load angle difference is 90 degrees, but still the current is flowing in the circuit. Some current is flowing, but I'm not bothered about is it an active current or is it a reactive component of current. That is not necessary because we want only magnitude of the current. The magnitude of the current square into R is the active power loss. Magnitude of the current square into X is the reactive power loss. Don't confuse. Okay, clear? This is not active power flow, reactive power flow that we generally used to discuss in the T&D class. I'm not talking about active power flow here. I'm not talking about reactive power flow here. Okay, and also this is not a usual circuit. Resistance is there in the line, reactance is not there. This is not a transmission line anymore. But it's given a question, that's it, we need to accept. It's a very simple question, directly you can solve. Alright, this is also given for what? 2 marks, MSQ question. There's a one more question, that is a 2-mark question. Okay. I remember that question. I'm also going to explain that. So that is given from what? Relays chapter. What is given is very simple question is given. Okay. So I didn't remember the options. Okay, 4 options are given. It's a MCQ question given for 2 marks from productive relays. Yeah, what is that question is, the reactance relay characteristics is given that X is less than or equal to 1. The reactance relay characteristics given that X is less than or equal to 1 in Rx plane. In Rx plane is clearly mentioned this. Okay, in Rx plane, the reactance relay characteristics is given as X is less than or equal to 1, where X is the reactance calculated by the relay. So generally we used to say X seal is less than X set. Okay, yes or not? That's all the relay characteristics. Where X seal is less than X set, the relay will operate. X seal equal to X set means threshold. We know this. These are reactance relay characteristics on Rx plane. This is R and X. Reactance relay operation depends only on what? Reactance. It is not depends on resistance. Now what is asking is, what is the relay characteristics in what? In GB plane. GB plane means what? This is the impedance plane. This is what? Admittance plane. Okay. But he has given the what? Equation for that. He's asking some equations. Option A given, B given, C given, some D given. Tell me, is there any resistance term? No. So that's why there is no conductance term. Okay. So if impedance is what? X less than or equal to 1. X less than or equal to 1 now, you just what? Cross multiply. Sorry, you just what? Send this. You keep 1 here. Then what? I can write 1 by X here. Yes or not? I'm sending X this side. Now tell me, 1 as it is. 1 by X is what? Susceptance B. So that means, what is the equation? B greater than or equal to 1, the relay operates in GB plane. So that means, if this is G, if this is B, what is the relay operation? This, greater than 1. Yes or not? But here, what is the relay operation? Less than or equal to 1. Clear? So one option is what? Given like this, B greater than or equal to 1. Some options are given, some G square plus B square less than or equal to 1, some G square plus B square greater than or equal to 1. Something like options are given. Actually, relay operation not depends on what G. Relay operation only depends on what B here. Okay. So again, it is a very, very simple question. Even you don't need to read the protection for answer this question. One should have a basic knowledge. Rx, R is 0, R is what? Not there, only X is there. And when it comes to inverse of X, that is susceptance. When you are doing the inverse, less than become greater than. That's it. Simple. This is also a question given from what? Power system. Okay. So that's about power system questions, and 2 more questions also there. So I'm looking for the data to come. So once the data is ready, then I'm going to discuss those 2 more questions. Okay. Clear? So the next subject will be control systems. Okay. Yeah, controls are signals. Okay. So thank you. Sir, you're going to.
This one.
Yeah, CT ratio question for power system. It is a lengthy question. Actually, I remember the question, but I didn't remember IA, IB, IC values. If anybody have IA, IB, IC values, please provide me exactly. Then I'm going to discuss that question. Akbar, if you have IA, IB, IC values, I remember the diagram, but I didn't remember IA, IB, IC values. If you have that IA, IB, IC values, just provide me. I'm going to discuss that question. Yeah, IA, okay. I guess answer for that question is 0. Options are given, no? Answer for that question is 0. That CT ratio question. Yeah, there is a one more question on zero sequence voltage phasor. Okay, just 1 minute. I'm going to take that question. Yeah, that is also, I guess, for 1 mark. Yeah, there's a one question given. Yeah, see, again, this is a question like a phasor diagram is given. Case 1, case 2. VA given. Somewhere here, VB given. VC given. Somewhere here. Okay. This is having some X at an angle theta 1. Some Y at an angle theta 2. It's also very simple question. Fundamental math question only. Theta 3. Okay. Yes or not? So VA, VB, VC. Shankar sir is saying it is a math question. Then why you are discussing? Sir, please go. Actually, power system question only. That means mathematical background question. Complex numbers, nothing else. I told you power system means what? Complex numbers. Now, this is for case 1. Now, what he has mentioned is case 2, what happened? Case 2, what happened is voltage magnitudes are same, but the phase angles are what? Incremented by delta T. Case 2, what happened? The voltage magnitudes are same, then incremented by delta T. Now, because of this, what happened? What happened? Tell me. What happened to zero sequence voltage? Zero sequence voltage VA naught is what? 1 by 3 VA plus VB plus VC. What happened to zero sequence voltage is asking. What happened to zero sequence voltage? Very simple. Zero sequence voltage means what? Summation of these three phasors. Na? Okay. Let's say summation of these three phasors, maybe we got somewhere here. Maybe I'm just saying approximately summation of these three phasors are coming here. Let's say, assume this is VA naught. Now, if all these phasors are shifted, no, by delta T, this phasor also shifted by delta T, but length of the phasors remains same, magnitudes are same. That's why what happened? The resultant phasor in case 2, what happened? Magnitude also same. So that means when you are moving from case 1 to case 2, when you are moving from case 1 to case 2, what is the change? Only what? Phase angles are added equally, equal amount, same shift, same shift. That means what? You just rotate by what? Delta T here, 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 not different shift. If it is a different shift, magnitude also will change. Same shift is there, na? That's why what? Magnitude will remain same. Okay, case 1 to case 2, what happened? Only there is a shifting of what? Voltage VA, VB, VC. He has mentioned that because of some disturbance in the power system, the voltage phase angles are incremented by delta T. Then what happens to resultant phasor magnitude? Resultant phasor means what? VA naught magnitude what? Magnitude will remain same, but phase angle will change. That is the answer. Options are given. Magnitudes in both cases same. Phase angles in both cases same. Magnitude in case 1 greater than case 2, but phase angles are same. Magnitude of case 2 greater than case 1, something like that options are given. But what is the best option here? Magnitude of VA naught in case 1 equal to case 2. Magnitude of VA naught in case 1 equal to case 2. But phase angles are what? Not same in case 1 and case 2. Okay. So that is the answer for this question. Clear, sir? And only one question we miss. That is what? You know, there is a CT question. CT is given. Auxiliary transformers are given. Resistive load is given. But I forgot IA, IB, ICR. But according to my view, because I just analyzed a little bit, the answer for that question is 0. It is a MCQ question. Answer is what I guess. That is my guess. But I'm going to give you the final answer once the correct data came. Okay. But according to my guess, the answer for that question is what? 0 as of now. Okay. Clear? Chalo. That's it. Except one question, we covered all the questions from what? Power system area. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Tell me about signal and system. How did you feel? Then I will say my opinion. If you have written today's paper, signals, controls, aptitude, everything I'll discuss here. Yeah, students. Okay. Just a second. Just a second. Not downloaded or what? Okay. Yeah. Signals mostly are easy only. Okay, easy to moderate based on definitely in the exam hall situation. Okay, let's discuss this. Consider the infinite line discrete time sequence, direct question, a power modulus n question where n is integer. Okay, the region of convergence of the Z transform ROC for a power mod n, ROC is given by what? It is given by modulus a less than modulus Z less than modulus 1 by a, but provided mod a should be less than 1 if and only. Otherwise, there is no ROC. So, yeah, a value is 0.9. So, what is the answer? 0.9 to 1 upon 0.9. Option number A. Option number 8 is. Controls also very easy. Controls also very easy. Okay. MCQ 1 mark. Now, see here. A sampling question, a standard sampling question, a basic representation. XCTB, any continuous time period. It's about sampling of a periodic signal. Okay, any continuous time periodic signal with period t, it is sampled uniformly with the sampling period ts, where t is not equal to t, resulting in a discrete sequence xn equal to, this is xc and ts, where n is integer, normal representation of a sampled signal. Okay, which of the following statement is correct? So xn, that discrete version, whether it is periodic or not. So see, simple logical. I can say the conclusion also, but see, understand what is the simple logic. 1 mark question it is. XCT is sampled to produce xn. Achha. What is xn? Xn is sampled version of the continuous time signal XCT, that is XC and TS. Okay, now you want to say whether it is periodic or not. Okay, suppose if this is periodic, x of n should be equal to x of n plus n. Achha. What is x of n plus n? Okay, if XCn is XC n TS, this will be XC n plus n whole multiplied by TS. Just open this bracket. XC NTS plus capital NTS. Okay. Now, because XC, this alone is periodic. Here, the continuous time signal is also periodic. Okay. So, the value of it at any point, what is the moment given NTS, will be same after the time period t. What is the time period for the continuous time signal given? This is the time period t. Okay. Not only t, any multiple of t. Okay. Not only a t, it can be any multiple of t. Suppose mt. Okay, it can be any multiple of t. Okay, t, 2t, 3t, after every t times it is repeating. So if these two are to be equal, okay, this is what will make xn periodic. Okay, so right hand side to be equal. So what is the condition? mt is equal to capital NTS. Now the ratio is expressed in the form of t by ts. Now you see here, t upon ts is how much? Capital N by m. Okay, capital N is the time period I've assumed for periodic signal, and that has to be anyways integer. M is integer, integral multiple of time period. Ratio of integer is what? Rational number. Rational number. So what is the correct answer? What is the correct answer? Option number A. It will be periodic if and only if T by Ts is a rational number. If and only if T by Ts is a rational number. Okay. Right. Never periodic. No, the periodic condition is given. Okay. Right. Okay. Only T by Ts has to be rational number. Got my point? Okay. Mohammad Zaidu says A. Yeah. A is the correct answer. Okay. Signal and system, 2 marks question. Okay. So, tell me if there was any other question. These are the 4 questions we have got from signal. 3 for 1 marks. You can tell us with the marks also. Okay, and 1 for 2 marks. Okay, so relatively for electrical point of view, there's a less weightage of signals. You know, if you compare with the previous year trends, a time limited waveform GX is given to you. Okay, what is that GX waveform? If you only consider this GX waveform, time limited GS waveform from minus pi to 0, it is minus k, and then it is plus k from 0 to pi. This is k minus k, correct? Okay, k and minus k. A new waveform fx, okay, is formed gx. Okay. A new waveform fx is formed, and fx is given from gx is formed, and this is the next data. Okay, fx is what? G of x plus minus 2 pi m. Okay, where m is any integer. Okay, m is any integer, not mentioned, I will write down here. It is mentioned in the question, m being an integer. That means periodicity. The gx value are shown to be repeating after every 2 pi. That means this is going to be periodic. How much period? 2 pi. Okay, so is it necessary to draw the gx waveform? Not required. But only one thing, what type of symmetry it follows? It is odd symmetry. Even it will be half wave symmetry. Okay, it will also show half wave symmetry, but that is also not going to be required, because let us read the question. The sum of the coefficient of third harmonic. Anyways, half wave symmetry means odd harmonics will be there. If they asked any even harmonics by chance, then you can straight away say 0. Sum of the coefficients of third harmonic of sine and cosine terms in the trigonometric Fourier series is given by 2 upon 3 pi. What is k? So you can find out from your own, and then you can compare and write down the answer. Okay, let me just add up a slide here. Okay. Okay. First of all, because of odd symmetry, what you can say, there should be only sines term, but no cosine terms. No cosine terms means all the cosine coefficient ak for any k will be 0. Okay, bk will be non-zero. Bk will be non-zero. That too for k equal to odd. Why I am mentioning this? Because of the half wave symmetry. If I draw it completely, it will again show half wave symmetry as well. Okay. So now we need to find bk. What is that bk formula, by the way? Bk formula is given by 2 by t integral over what time period? That is minus t by 2 to t by 2, or any one time period you can take, xt sine k omega naught t. Sine k omega naught t. Okay, dt. Or you can use the symmetry, minus a to a is twice integral 0 to a. So 4 by t integral 0 to t by 2 x of t sine k omega naught t dt. Correct? Right. Or what it is? It is on the function of y has been taken as a function of x. This is fx, so this also x, this also x. Any name use, how does it matter? This is f function finally, f of x sine k omega naught x dx. Okay, now putting down the data, I want v3 value 4 upon time period. What is my time period? 2 pi. Okay, integral 0 to t by 2, that is 0 to pi. 0 to pi, what is this going to be? Fx. It is going to be k. Okay, so put down k here. Sine k omega naught x. What is omega naught? Omega naught is 2 pi upon period. 2 pi upon 2 pi, that is 1. This is going to be omega naught. So omega naught 1 means only k. Okay, and k means 3. This constant k is the value of the signal. Okay, I've used by chance the same notation. You can change it. Okay, sine 3x. Okay, so how much it is? 4k divided by 2 pi sine 3x integral minus cos 3x divided by 3. Okay, 0 to pi. Okay, so this is how much? I think this will be minus 4k by 2 pi into another 3, but cos pi and cos 0, minus 1, minus 1. So minus 2, minus will get cancelled, 2 will get cancelled, 4k by 3 pi. Okay, what is given value? They have given this value, 4k by 3 pi will be how much? Equal to 2 by 3 pi. 2 by 3 pi. So 3 pi cancel, 4k is 2. So that means k equal to 1 by 2. K equal to 1 by 2 is the answer. Okay, a very standard question from Fourier series, just the formula. Yeah, 1 by 2. C answer correct. Mohammad Zaidu correct. C answer correct. Very standard question. Okay, that's why I told you signals is more or less easy only. Okay, more or less easy. Next question. Okay, next question, aptitude. See how simple it is. A 1 mark question only series. What is this 3? 24, 120. These are just factorial patterns. 3 factorial, 4 factorial, 5 factorial. So this has to be 6 factorial and answer is 724. Options were given, but I think it is not come up here. But no problem. 720. 720. Okay. Now, if Ashish scores 1 mark question from aptitude, 100 in the match today, he will become the captain of the cricket team. If so, then he will be the youngest cricket captain. But if he scores 100, some condition is given. Unfortunately, he scores 0 runs in that match. Story over. Hence, there won't be any change in the captaincy for now. Okay. What was given here? You have to choose the correct option. Correct conclusion, something like that was given. Ashish was the captain of the team before the today's game? No. Okay, there's nothing. Ashish will become if he scores the 100. The current captain is older than Ashish. Now see. If he scored us 100, he will become the captain and then he will be the youngest captain. That means whoever is the current captain is definitely not younger than Ashish, older than Ashish. So current captain is older than Ashish. Simple question. Ashish made a century. Very clearly mentioned he scored 0 runs. Okay, Ashish is youngest player in the team. No, it is all about captaincy. Okay, not about the age of the players. The D cannot be concluded here. Okay. Yeah, B correct answer. Yes, B is the correct answer. If P square is Q square plus 13, then find the product PQ. Okay, what is there? P and Q are integers. P and Q are integers. A simple, a simple basic trial. 7 square is 6 square plus 13. Okay, satisfying or not? So PQ is how much? 7 into 6. 42. Tell me guys. And this was a 2 marks question. See, this was a 2 marks question. Yes, correct, guys, correct. Okay, what is there next? A geometry 2 marks question. Okay, easy one only. See here, what is given? This one angle is given and another angle A, you have to find the angle A degree. You have to just find this angle A degree. See, suppose, this is the center of the triangle. Suppose this is the triangle PQR given. Okay, and PQR, suppose this is S, this is T. Okay, now what you can do is, suppose this is 18. See, first of all, anything from center to circumference is all radius. So all of them are radius. Okay, so if you take this triangle, okay, OST. If you take this triangle OST, opposite sides both are radius, means equal. Okay, so this has to be isosceles. Okay, so what will I do here? Okay, I will call these angles. Okay, what are these angles? These two should be equal. Okay, how much is this angle? Suppose theta 1. Okay, both of them are theta 1 then. Okay, theta 1. How much is theta 1? Okay, twice of theta 1 plus 80 should be 180, sum of angles. Okay, so how much is theta 1? 50 degree then. Okay, this is 1 point. Okay. All right, different answers are seen here. 50, 40, 60. We have different answers in the comment box. Okay, so let's check it out. Okay, now next, again, these two are radius. Okay, so now again, I will say triangle what? OSP, or let me write this sequence, OPS. Okay, this is also going to be isosceles because again, the opposite sides are radius and radius is equal. Okay, now let me say that, let me write here R. Suppose these angles are again equal and these are theta 2, theta 2. Okay, so what will I say here? Twice of theta 2 plus this angle which is unknown. This angle is unknown. Okay, I'll figure out this angle also, but I think not required. This will not be required. Okay, leave it. This will be twice of theta 2. Na? Let's consider this trapezium on the whole. Okay, PSTQ. If you consider trapezium, now see, let's also say these are equal opposite sides, so opposite angles are also equal. This is theta T. So how much it is now? Theta 2 plus theta 2. I'm counting from here. 360 degree sum. So twice of theta 2. Okay. Plus twice of theta 1, which is already how much? 100 degree. Plus twice of this theta 3. Okay. All 4 angles of the trapezium completed. This has to be 360. Okay. So subtract 100. Okay. And how much is theta 2 plus theta 3? 260 by 2, that is 130. Okay. and nothing. Now just consider the whole triangle. Which triangle? Triangle PQR that I've drawn originally. And what you have? Angle A plus theta 2 plus theta 3 has to be 180 degree. Correct. So what is angle A degree? Theta 2 plus theta 3 greater than 130. So what is left? 50 degree. 50 is the correct answer. Not 60, not 40. 50 is the correct answer. Yes, Muhammad Zadu correct. Rahul Charuku Rahul correct. 50 degree. Correct answer being 50 degree. Okay, done. Next question. This one is something which might have tested your patience if you actually attempted this question in the examination. Correct, na? Let us see that. Yes, Muhammad Zadu correct. What is given in this question? See, simple rules are given. Okay, this was some initial data given. This was some initial data given. Okay, this dotted line, okay, is off and the hollow is on. Okay, for off lamp, if exactly one of the neighborhood is on, then it is turned on. Okay, for a on lamp, if both the neighborhood is on, then it is turned off. Okay. If above both the previous rules are not met, then the previous state of the lamp is not changed. In step 8, how many bulbs are on? Let me see how much you answer. Let me see how much you answer. Okay, interesting. See, it might look lengthy, it's step 8, but if you start solving, you'll understand it is not going to go up to the step 8. Akbar, Muhammad Zaidu, okay, Puri Ritesh, Praveen, all right, 4. Okay, Hovan says 0. Let's see. Okay, Cheru also says 4. See, guys, let me first of all make this representation simple. Okay, to explain you, the language will become easy if I write off as F and on as N. That's the notation I'm using. N, F, F, F. This is initial data. Step number 1, what is given? F, F, N, 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 F, F. And what is the last given? F, N and N. Then again F and N and the F. Now you please mind here. Okay, for an off lamp, okay, off lamp means F if exactly one of the neighbor, okay, this side, okay, or if you have F and this side, okay, then that is turned on, then F will become on. That is what has happened here. You see, this F has exactly one neighbor, so this is turned on. Okay, this also had exactly one neighbor and it is turned on. Okay, then for an on lamp, if both the neighbors is on, so what does it mean? On means N for me. If for on lamp, if both the neighbors are on means what? This is on and both neighbors on means it has to be a triple N pattern. Then it is turned off. So this particular N will be turned off. Okay, the neighbors will remain as it is. So so second statement is actually very simple. Whenever you identify triple N pattern sequence, then it becomes NFN. Okay, that is what happened here. This is triple N pattern. Okay, so this N becomes F. Okay, here again this F, exactly one neighbor N. So this is turned on. F, again one neighbor N, turned on. Rest everything is same. Okay, this was step number 1 given. This is step number 2. Now what is the output at the step number 3? Do you have any triple N pattern? No, the step number 2 is not useful here. Step number 1, this F, only one neighbor N. So this has to be turned on. Okay, then on. This neighbor has both on, not required. Exactly one neighbor should be on. So no change here. F, on. Exactly this neighbor, exactly this has one neighbor on. Okay, so this will be turned also on. So at the end of the step number 3, this is step number 3. Again, you have a triple N pattern. You have one more triple N pattern. So what should be the output at step number 4? Triple N will become how much? NFN, right? This triple N will become NFN. Now look into this off bulb. It has both the neighbors on. Exactly one neighbor was required. So it will also not change. Okay. So NF, 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 N. Now you see, is there any triple N pattern? No. Okay. So second rule not followed. First rule. Now see, this F surrounded by 2N. This F surrounded by 2N. This F also surrounded by 2N. So step number 1 also not followed. And if both step 1 and 2 not followed, okay, if both rule 1 and rule 2 not followed, what is going to be the next pattern? NF, 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 N. Okay, in this pattern, what is happening? Rule 1 as well as rule 2, both fails. Okay, now if both fails, you have same pattern. Okay, so for any step greater than equal to 4, for any step greater than equal to 4, this is the output. Now, how many? What is the question? How many bulbs are on? So N, 4. 4 is what is the correct answer. So you might be thinking, okay, how much time will I spend counting to step number 8? But it is only up to step number 4. Okay, only up to step number 4. No, Akbar, it's not like a mod 4 counter. It saturates. Okay, it's going to saturate. Okay, at the step number 4. Okay. So saturating up counter, not a counter. Okay. Anyways, what it is, let's see the next one again. Okay, so this was the question from general aptitude control. I think, 1-2 more questions I have from aptitude. Let me see it here. Whatever questions I have, some of them were not typed. I'll take it, I'll discuss with you. Just a second. Yeah. Now see, one simple question it is. Spatial aptitude, you will say 1 mark only. Okay, 1 mark only. You have to find this missing block. Okay. I'll just take the question orally. What is this missing block? Okay, so see, the idea was you have to complete the 3 shapes which are going to be non-overlapping. Okay, so to complete the 3 shapes, what is going to be the answer? Okay, you have to, I'll write down the answer separately. This is good. This answer. 4 options are there that I'm not writing. Okay, what you have to do is this has to be connected, this has to be connected, this has to be connected. So some options like this, a triangle here, then a triangle at this edge, and another shape to contain this oval shape. This is what is the answer. Got my point? Okay. Another question, interesting part is, okay, there is a 2 marks question. Okay, from the verbal. Okay, just have to match. From the vocab, usually 1 mark question. Okay, this time you have the 2 mark question. Lonely, literal, lousy, and lethal. Okay, this is verbatim. Okay, solitary, deadly, and terrible. See, easy only if you identify 1 or 2 words also. Lonely is what? Lonely will go with solitary. Lethal is deadly. Okay, now lousy, like very bad or terrible. Okay, literal, literally, what we say, verbatim. Okay, in exactly the same tone. Okay, this is what is another question. There's one more question. I'll see if I have that. I'll tell you one more question. Let's do that also. Just a second. Then I'll switch to control system. What is that? Another one. See how easy it is again. Okay, so almost I'll write down this question. What is mentioned? The shopkeeper sells lemons. In this sentence, okay, the word lemons, okay, is what? The word lemons is what? Is it the subject? Is it the predicate? Is it the object or is it the verb? What it is? Lemon represent the object. Okay, now let me see. What are you saying in the comment box? Okay, no answers yet. But yeah, I hope you encountered these questions. If there is any correction in the data, please let us know. Okay, yeah, now coming here, look into this question. Control system. No. This was 100 by S plus 1. First order only we got 100 by S plus 100, not 100 by S plus 100. Okay, yeah, and input RT equal to UT. You have to correct me, guys, whether it is 100 by S plus 100 or simply 100 by I got the data is 100 upon S plus 100, first order system. I got the data as the first order system. You have to just correct me. Okay. Yeah, so let me assume this one right now because this is what is the data I got. Okay. Right. Yeah. Correct, Mohammed Zaid, in that case. Okay. I think that S was a typo error. So what is there? Okay. If you just divide by 100 is 1 upon 1 plus S by 100. Nothing. A first order system, standard form 1 upon 1 plus ST. What is the time constant? Okay. 1 by 100. 0.01 seconds. Okay. Settling time, it was mentioned 98% criteria. That was mentioned in the question. Okay, so as per 98% criteria, settling time is 4 times t. Okay, so that becomes 0.04 second. Okay, rise time, first order system. Even they very clearly mentioned. Okay, in the rise time, they have clearly mentioned. Okay, from 10% to 90%. Okay, but yeah, that is the standard definition for overdamped. First order step response will be what? Overdamped. Okay, so that is again a standard result only. Okay. Acha, students are telling S plus 100. Okay, if it is S plus 100, then the data will change. Okay, so this is as per this data. Okay, so then we have to change it. Forget S by. Okay, I'll just complete. If it was this data, then rise time you will write 2.2 t. Okay, but what is going to come up here is what is the characteristic equation then? If I take, okay, this is what this is the final transfer function. No, na. You have to tell me what is this given. Is it the final transfer function given or what it is given? Is it the final transfer function given or what it is given? You have to specify. Or only the open loop gain given? Is this the open loop gain given or the final transfer function? Waiting for your comments. Just comment and then I'll come back. Very easy question from Bode plot. Okay, what is this? This is some data given to you. Okay, this is some data given to us, and the initial slope is minus 20 dB per decade, indicating n equal to 1 pole at origin. Okay, 1 pole at origin, option number A. And this also you can say the slope increases by plus 20. Okay, that means this location is a 0 location. And what is the time constant? Time constant is reciprocal of corner frequency 1 by omega naught. So that 1 plus S by omega naught. Okay, achha, that is GS given. Okay, that is GS given. So this is simple one. You got this question, you can just correct me. Okay, so what student are telling? This is the forward path gain, GS given. Okay, forward path. Okay, so in that case, if I have to write down the characteristic equation, rewriting GS. Okay, if GS is this given to you, 100 by S plus 100. Okay, so then what is going to be the characteristic equation? When you write down 1 plus GS equal to 0, unity feedback would be given. S square plus 100 S plus 100 would be 0. Okay, so omega n square is 100, omega n will be 10, and then 2 zeta omega n. Omega n is how much? 10. This has to be 100. Okay, suggesting how much is zeta? Zeta is going to be 5. Overdamped. It's going to be overdamped. Yeah, then this is going to be overdamped system. Okay, so if they're asking settling time and rise time, overdamped, you don't use 4 by zeta omega n for overdamped. If it was underdamped, you can use the formula. Okay, so what I will do is, okay, my transfer function C by R will become, okay, if you calculate by G upon 1 plus G, okay, 100 by S square plus 100S plus 100. Okay, this R is going to be how much? Okay, and then, yeah, so we have to going to be factorize this, and this is zeta equal to 5. Complex conjugate poles will be there. Okay, then I'll tell you what is the story. Okay, you find out the poles. You find out the poles here. What are the poles that are coming? Is approximately turning out to be, okay, -1 and minus 99. Approximately. It's not exactly this one. Approximately, this is what are the poles coming up. Okay, so you may write down this as 100 by S plus 1 S plus 99 approximately. Okay, this is what is the approximation. Then what is going to be happen? This is going to be, okay, if you see the location of this pole, it is going to be 99 times this one. Okay, that means you can neglect this. This one will be dominant. It is easy to apply dominant pole concept and then solve it. Okay, this becomes insignificant. This becomes insignificant. Correct? Okay. This becomes insignificant. Okay. So what is the overall transfer function now equal to? Approximately. Now you can't directly, neglect also. Na? How do you neglect 100 by s plus 1 into 99? To neglect it, you always convert it to the time constant form. Okay. And 1 plus s by 99 time constant form. This you can now neglect. Okay. And this is then 100 by 99 upon 1 plus s. Now converted to the first order system again. Okay, now you have converted to the first order system again. Okay, with how much time constant? Time constant being 1. Okay, if time constant is being 1 here, okay, if time constant is being 1, correct? Na? Yeah, rest all is correct only. Okay, then you can again go for that formula. Settling time being 4 times the time constant and the rise time being 2.2 t. Then it has to be 4 and 2.2. Now tell me what are the options given. Everything depends on that because it's a MCQ question. It's a MCQ question. Everything depends on that. Okay. Okay. Because what exactly is coming now? This is minus 1.01 and minus 98.99. This is the exact location of poles coming up. But that much of approximation is okay. Okay. You say the options, guys. Come on, waiting for you because the question has entirely changed here. Okay. So do you have options resembling this one? Okay, options resembling this one, approximately this one, taken some approximation. Yes, guys, waiting for your response. By the time I'll go to the next question, this was anyways done. Okay, now x dot equal to minus a b 0 b is given to you plus 1 0 u. Okay, y equal to 1 2 x. What is the poles of the characteristic equation are minus 2 plus minus j root 3. Then find the values of a and b. Then find the values of a and b. This is again wrong data. This is again wrong data. I think this is A, B minus A. This is plus A. This is minus A. This is what is the exact question. Plus rest all is correct only. Find the value of A and B. See guys, very easy question. Okay, what are the poles? Poles are also equivalent to eigenvalues of A. Poles are also equal to eigenvalues of A. Okay, so that means now eigenvalue is what? Sum of eigenvalue equal to trace of A. Now, what are the sum of the eigenvalue? When you add them, conjugate part cancels. Minus 4. And what is the trace of the matrix? A. Sum of the diagonal numbers. So, A is minus 4. Okay. Then, product of eigenvalue is always equal to the determinant of the matrix. Correct? What is the product of eigenvalue? When you multiply z and z bar, it is mod z whole square. So, that will be nothing but 2 square plus 3 square equal to determinant of the matrix 0 minus minus plus AB. Okay, so determinant will be plus AB. Correct, na? Okay, so what is the value of A? A is minus 4 into B times is equal to 13. So B is minus of 13 divided by 4. Okay.
This question. What is the Laplace transform of step response?
That's what some students have corrected that question. Laplace transform of step response is given. Then so what you go question in the year is correct. Because after
Response given.
students are telling this is G is given. Options means just a second you should. Options are. So what is the sequence they are asking? Right time, settling time, time constant. So yeah, then this one is correct. The B answer will be correct. So this is the Laplace transform of step response given. Yeah. Okay. Then what data you gave is correct only.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, guys, you also specified the wrong question. What I have given, let me complete this question. We'll go back to this is complete only. How much? Minus 3.25. Okay. Minus 3.25. Okay. Yeah. So this is simple one only. Okay. 2 marks it is. Write down. This is 2 marks only. 2 marks control system MCQ question it was. Okay, this was control system 1 mark MCQ and this was 1 mark MCQ. Okay, now I'll tell you what is the correct question. Okay, just got the correct question. 100 upon s plus 10 is exactly what is the transfer function given. I'll tell you in what language question is given. Okay, forget everything else. Okay, the question is given like that. Question is given this way. Question, 1 mark question only. Laplace transform of step response is given. Laplace transform of step response is given, and that is 100 by s plus 100. Now you have to tell me, is it correct or not? Now this is the correct question. 100 by s plus 100. Okay, 100 by s plus 100. Then in that case, what is this? Step response. Output means what? Input into gain. What is input? Step input means 1 by s into the gain, into the transfer function of the system is 100 by s plus 100. So in that case, if you s is cancelled and the transfer function is 100 by s plus 100. Okay, that means this is what? This is the transfer function, which is totally correct, and then this will be the set of your answers. This will be the set of answer. This GS is not given. Okay. Correct. So that is what I think you, okay, in exam time you also, after exam, maybe you also forget the question. Okay, because if this is given as GS, then the story totally changes. Story totally changes. Okay. Acha, this was done. 2 questions from state space. This one is easy if you are able to connect eigenvalue to the poles. Okay, what is this given here? Given x dot equal to ax plus bu and y equal to cx, a regular state space model is given to you. Let me write it this way. X dot equal to ax plus bu and y equal to cx. Given another matrix z is equal to, suppose some matrix p into x, form the new state space model in terms of z. I mean, in terms of z, what is the model you write down? Z dot equal to az plus bu, something like that. Nah? Okay, so what to do in this question? See, I'll solve it here. If you want z dot, okay, you will get p into x dot. Okay, and then you can substitute. Then you can substitute. See, what are the calculations required before I substitute the matrix? I'm just writing here. Okay, so what is going to be z dot? Z dot is going to become pa into x. Now further, what is x? Okay, from here, if you wanted x, x will become how much? Okay, p inverse into z. This is a little better question from control. Rest all was very easy as you saw. Okay, now what is this x? X again I will replace as this one, p inverse z. So p inverse into z plus pb into u. Okay, so this is one equation you need to solve. Okay, what is that one equation? PAP inverse into Z plus PBU. Now, inverse won't be that lengthy, okay, because it's a 2 cross 2 matrices. Okay, see here, I'll write down the numbers here. What is this P matrix? Okay, this is what is the P matrix for me. 2, 1, minus 1 and 0. Okay, what about the determinant of this matrix? 0, minus, minus, plus 1. So, determinant 1 means what is the P inverse then? If determinant is 1, then the P inverse is simply adjoint P by mod P. Now, what is adjoint? 2 cross 2, how do you calculate adjoint? Just simply exchange the diagonal numbers, and for off diagonal numbers, just change the sign. That is how it is, minus 1 and plus 1. This is what is P inverse. Okay, so now everything is ready in front of us. Okay, we just have to do that matrix multiplication part. Z dot equal to, what is that P? 2, 1, minus 1, 0. 2, 1, minus 1, 0 multiplied by A. Okay, where is the A matrix? The original state space model given. Multiplied by P inverse matrix, 0 and minus 1, 1 and 2. Multiplied by Z plus PB into U. PB means this matrix, 2, 1, minus 1 and 0. Multiplied by B. What is the B matrix originally? 1, 2 and X. Okay, step by step we will solve. Okay, so if I solve this multiplication, 2 minus 3, minus 1 here. Okay, then 4. Then minus 1 and 0, minus 1. Okay, keep checking the calculation. Minus 1 into 2, minus 2. Multiplied by that P inverse part, 0, minus 1, 1 and 2 into Z plus 2 plus 2. This is 4, minus 1 plus 0. This is minus 1 into X. Finally, it will be one more last multiplication. Minus 1, this is going to be 4. Okay, then second row, minus 1, 1 plus 8, that is 9. Then minus 1, 0, minus 2. And last is 1 and minus 4, minus 3. 1 and minus 4, correct. Into Z plus 4 minus 1 into U. Sorry, this is U anyways. Okay, so let me rewrite this. What I have got in terms of Z, Z dot equal to, rewriting the answer. 4 options were there, but that is not required. We have formed the model. Okay, options I didn't get also, but okay, not required. This is the final answer in the matrix plus 4 minus 1u. Okay, 4 minus 1u. Okay, what about output equation? Now, output equation is given as y equal to 1 to x. This was the state equation. Okay. Now, when you come to the output equation, y equal to cx. Okay, but we have to write down in terms of what? Okay, we have to write down in terms of z. So, what I'm telling you, just take how much is the x if you have to convert to z. P inverse into z. P inverse into z. Again, I will substitute the P inverse matrix. What is that P inverse matrix? Where did I calculate P inverse? Here it is 0 minus 1, 1 and 2. 0 minus 1, 1 and 2 multiplied by z. Okay, so final output equation being how much? This is 1 and 0, 1. And then next minus 1 and 4. This is 3 into z. Minus 1 plus 4. So 1, 3, z. State equation, output equation. You can check the data now. State equation and output equation. Okay. But its inverse will also come, na Akbar? Yeah, that is what we have done. But in the final calculation, z dot it cannot be written in terms of x. Z dot has to be written in terms of z. Okay, that's how option would be there. I've not got the options, but logically options will be in terms of z only, not in terms of x. Okay, not in terms of x. Aptitude, I think 7, 8 questions we discussed, but I didn't see any circle question as of now. Circle means one geometry question was there, if you are referring to that. Okay, that angle we needed to find. Okay. With respect to angle within some triangle, the concept was majorly about triangle. Okay, so yeah, this was again 2 marks. So this is a slight better question from control system. Okay, and yeah, rest. If you know the connection of pole and eigenvalue, this 2 marks question is easy. This is direct Bode plot question. This question has what the data you were telling. If that was the correct data, then this actually made a good question. But then you all corrected that the original data is correct. But if you actually take this data, this takes you towards dominant pole concept, then it becomes a good question. But fortunately for you, it was easy only, first order only. Okay. Options, if they have given in terms of x, so then accordingly you can choose, Akbar. Okay. If options are in terms of x, then that P inverse will not be required. How the options are there, it depends. Okay. If the options are in terms of x, then that doesn't make a good logic to make the question. But okay, if the options are in terms of, I'll write down, because I didn't have the option. Okay, if there is another way, okay, so then what did I say here? Z dot equal to P into X dot. Okay, that means PAX. Okay, don't substitute X plus PBU. Okay, and then if options are in terms of X, then they would not change the output equation. Output equation will be same only. Okay, then that's just a number based question they have formed. Okay, that should not be the correct, but okay, then this is the answer. I will write down. If options are in X state vector, then you decide. Otherwise, if it is in Z, this has to be the answer. Both the ways I'll tell you, whatever they have given. It's all memory based now. Zaidu also confirms it is in terms of X. So then that P inverse calculation not required. Okay, then that P inverse calculation not required. That was required if I have to convert in terms of Z only. Okay, then that is nothing matrix multiplication question. It's not a control system question also. Okay, you don't require anything state space knowledge, just multiply whatever they have given. Anyways, yeah, so this is also done. One more, Achha, signals, this question has come repeated. We have done this question, signals, the Fourier series. Okay, the B3 question. Anyways, yes, sir, done. Any question you have? All other done. Okay, guys, so that's it. I believe some more than 50-55 questions we have discussed.
I think there is one more question from measurements which I wanted to do, but
okay.
I think it is the bits on bits question wherein AD is the basic kind of question.
Acha, okay then.
It's a quite
one more question. Yeah, one more question I had in mathematics only. I've taken the photo of that. Where is that question? Earlier I discussed 8 questions. Now this question, guys, which is usually in vector space, and basis, what usually EC students study. So this is one question that has come up. Okay, for electrical engineering. Okay, but still, okay, about the concept of dependent and independent vectors, that again I teach to electrical as well, because I keep telling you that is not something new. Okay, maybe you don't go into basis and dimension, all those things. Okay, you have to choose a correct option. I will discuss this statement. Okay, what is the correct option? Option number A. Okay, what is the data given? You have a you have a collection of p column vectors, okay, each having n real entries. Now a column vector having n real entries means it is a n cross 1 vector, na? Simple point. Now option number A. Now what does this collection will comprise? Okay, if you talk about this collection of p column vectors, okay, if you arrange all of them in the matrix, see, every row will have how many? N entries. And how many such vectors are there? P vectors. Okay, so it is going to be n cross p matrix or not? Okay, it is going to be n cross p matrix or not? What is the first option is written? If p equal to n, column vectors must be orthogonal. If p equal to n, column vectors orthogonal. MCQ question only. See, if p equal to n, you get some random square matrix, but whether the columns of the matrix are dependent, independent, orthogonal, that's a different story. Columns are orthogonal if it is an orthogonal matrix. There is no such data given, right? If all the column vectors of a matrix are orthogonal, that is orthogonal matrix. You got another one question, that was an orthogonal matrix. Okay, so we can't say this generally true, may or may not be. Okay, it may happen, it may not happen. Option number B, p less than n. For p less than n, what is mentioned? Okay, the column vectors are, for p less than n, column vectors are, okay, linearly independent. I'm writing in brief here. Okay, option number C, for p is greater than n, okay, these column vectors are linearly independent. And last option, for the p greater than n, okay, these column vectors linearly dependent. Okay, now see, what is the size of any vector? Okay, the size of any vector is n cross 1. Okay, that means you have a vector which belongs to the space Rn. Okay, and whenever you have the space Rn, maximum of n vectors can be independent. That is something that we have covered in class as well. Okay, so maximum, that is what we call it as dimension also. So maximum to maximum n vectors can be linearly independent. So if any time you have more than n vectors, any n plus 1th vector will always be a linear combination of these n vectors. Okay, now how many vectors are there? P vectors are there. Okay, whenever p greater than n, okay, look into these two cases. Okay, p greater than n means not only greater, if there is even n plus 1th vector, that will be dependent on the rest n. So for p greater than n, column vectors are linearly dependent. Option number D. This is the only option. Rest may or may not be. Okay, for p less than n, column vectors are linearly independent. No, it depends on the vectors given. They may be dependent, they may be independent. Okay, but for p greater than n, column vectors are linearly independent. C always wrong, D always correct. Okay, A and B, I will put it this way. A and B are maybe based on data. Okay, this is always false. C always false. D is always true. Question was also something like this. Now choose the option which is always correct. Choose the option always correct. Okay, how much marks it was? 2 marks. 2 marks MCQ. Okay, so probably this adds like a 9th question of mathematics. Okay, so good weightage from mathematics. Okay, yeah, yes sir. Then I'm done.
What do you think is the cutoff? People are asking.
Cutoff, sir, I believe paper is not easy. Okay, but it's not extremely difficult as well. So cutoff, my estimation would be 25 to 27 marks, somewhere in that range. Okay. Yeah. Sir? It's done.
And what would be the expected marks for top 10, top 100, top 1000?
Top 10, sir, I would say on a worst case, in knowing that. Top 10, sir, I would say maybe some 74, 75 plus would be a good zone for top 10. It may be even coming down to 70 to 73. Yeah. We have to see.
So
but
72 plus or minus 2 marks is what I.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. Okay, 72 plus definitely could be top 10 or top 20 at least, worst case. Okay, top 100, I believe, because then, as you go down competition, the increases, the data increases.
And, from what we heard from many people this year, the number of people who wrote the exam are a bit high. Many people wrote the exam this year, so the competition we believe slightly increased. That same thing can be observed even in tomorrow's
Sir, now one more point is there, sir. If you see machine measurements, less weightage only anyways. Yes. Machine, power system, 22, power electronics 31 and 33. The core weightage is 33.
32.
33, I think.
12 plus 10 plus 9.
9 and 2 marks measurement.
Yeah.
33.
30.
Okay, that means rest 67 marks are those which are common to EC.
Yeah.
So if EC students have written, they would also be competing in this
Yeah,
mark. So that is why, they will, without core, they will not have the chance for top 10, top 100, because top 100, I believe 64, 65 plus, something like that. By what do you say?
No, same. Even for top 100, 64 plus or minus 1-2 marks is what I mean. So 65 around.
Around, 64, 65 can be a
top
safe zone for top 100.
Yeah.
72, 73 would be a safe zone for top 10. Or worst case, I say 75.
Yeah.
And top 1000.
Top 1000 it will be 55.
55, because
Usually-
around 60 there will be a big cluster I see.
Yeah. For sure.
Because what we also got to know from our team is machines is not difficult.
Yeah.
Okay.
Machines is quite easy is what we do. Even in power systems.
Even power electronics, 4 questions only Shankar sir got, but all those are easy.
Yeah.
So power electronics is something that makes the paper
Even
more
1
tricky.
mark, easiest questions. 2 mark, moderate to tough. 1 question is moderate. 1 question.
Signals is easy.
Digital is quite easy.
Signals easy. Control you saw very easy. Okay.
Network tricky but easy.
Easy. So that's why around
Maybe
60, 55, 60 there will
some
be.
of them are good questions. Some of them
I mean, sir, they are not at all calculative if somebody has thoroughly studied the notes now. But problem is whenever the questions are MSQ and statement based,
Okay.
it troubles the student. That is the general nature. If it is some formula to be applied, many will apply. So 3 MSQs only from linear algebra. Okay, where you need to know the concept, not the formula. Okay.
And one more thing, Surinder sir has noticed in the examination is we have right a lot of marks on MCQs. I think
70.
70%.
I calculated, sir, 70 marks, not in terms of question. I'm telling in terms of marks, 70 MCQ. Okay, 8 MSQ and 22 NAT.
Yeah.
This is what I calculated.
So MSQ and NAT don't have negative marking, but MCQs, whenever there are a lot of MCQs, generally we notice some students, are losing marks on negative marking. So that would be one factor.
One factor.
One factor to bring the cutoff down. But nevertheless, 72 for top 10, 65 for top 100, and 55, 56 for top 1000 is what we estimate for the corresponding ranks. And cutoff would be around 26 to 28. 27 is what I assume. Around 27 is what we predict for the cutoff for general.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's
So-
see anything else students are mentioning here or what.
I think we can close it.
Now see, Gautam again has that same question, different data, open loop transfer function. So I have solved both the way, but most of the students are telling that that is not the open loop transfer function. Okay, that is the that is the Laplace transform of step response given. Okay, but both ways I have solved for you. You go through the video. If by chance if it is actually open loop transfer function given 100 by s plus 100, that makes the question good one. Okay. So anyways, whatever the question is, that's all. In few days only, by 18, 19, I think you will get your response key, wherein we will also get the official questions. Okay. So if there is any question missed or if there is any change in any question, once we receive the official set, we can discuss it. Okay, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Now see you tomorrow for the EC analysis, 12:30 p.m.
You got